The Honourable Member for Cat Island, Rum Key and San Salvador had reserved the floor. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Cat Island, Rum Key and San Salvador.
Speaker, I am proud, proud to rise in this House as the representative of the very fine people of Cat Island, Rumtree, and San Salvador. The people of these beautiful islands, like our fellow Bahamians across the country, are grieving and worrying and praying. Grieving for those whom we have lost, worrying about what is to come, and praying that brighter days lie ahead. I know that that is a prayer. That is a prayer we all share. Mr. Speaker, Bahamians have been living under a state of emergency since March 2020. My colleagues and I supported the initial state of emergency. As we have said repeatedly, we believe that at the start of the crisis, the government deserves time to come up with a plan to meet a new threat. The state of emergency didn't just grant the Prime Minister time, it gave him vast new powers. In fact, no Prime Minister in our history has ever been granted so much power. A competent authority of one. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian people have a right to ask, have these vast powers been used wisely and in their best interest? We now have 1 year and a half of evidence. We now have 1 year and a half of evidence. And tragically, the answer is no. No, these vast powers granted to the competent authority have not been used wisely. And no, these vast powers granted to the competent authority have largely not been used to further the best interests of the Bahamian people. Before we go further, I want to say clearly that no one expected perfection. I did. A new virus, a new kind of crisis, some mistakes were bound to be made. Therefore, it would not have been fair to compare the Prime Minister to some theoretical leader, theoretical idea leader. But it is fair to compare our country to other countries in our region. After all, other Caribbean nations have faced very similar difficulties and obstacles. And so the question is, why do we continue to be outperformed on every measurement that matters? Why are our neighbors doing a better job of protecting or at protecting their people? Mr. Speaker, we are behind nearly every other country in the region in the number of cases and deaths per capita, and we are vaccinating a smaller portion of our population. Because what I'm speaking of, I bring this, you like to, I'm copying you all now. I want to show you what I'm talking about. There have been more than 15,000 cases reported in the Bahamas since January. This translates roughly to 4,000 cases per 100,000 residents, above the reported regional average. This includes a record 228 cases confirmed on Thursday, August 5th. This was the reference Ministry of Health indicated this on the 8th of August 2021, and the World Health Organization likewise. Now, the CARICOM COVID-19 dashboard last assessed on the 9th of August 2020, and the Guardian, their own on the 9th of August, shows that the total number of COVID cases in the Bahamas, 15,000. COVID-19 cases per 100,000, the Bahamas 4,015. COVID-19 cases per 100,000 residents, the Caribbean average is 2,357. So we are not performing well, right? As measured by cases per 100,000. Right? That's the point, right? Also, when we talk about leadership in the other regions, right? Your population vaccinated. Likewise, we rank fourth to the last in the region in share of population vaccinated, both in terms of total doses administered and total share of population fully vaccinated. Right? The percentage of the human residents who are fully vaccinated as of the 9th of August, this is what the Ministry of Health have promulgated and the World Health Organization have promulgated, is 12%. The percent of residents fully vaccinated in the Caribbean average is over 81%. So we are far behind. I don't compare, as I said, I didn't expect perfection from the Prime Minister. I didn't expect the state not to prevail. But I'm asking, why are we, so I compare what other countries have done, and why are our neighbors doing such a better job at protecting their people? Mr. Speaker, we've had more, as pointed out, of 16,000 recorded COVID cases in the country. And what we know, and it has been confirmed today by the Minister of Health, that's a dramatic undercount of the actual number. Mr. Speaker, we have had more than 16,000 recorded COVID cases in this country, and we know that's a dramatic undercount of the actual number, because the antigen test not
Honorable member,
included.
Chair recognizes Honorable Member Carmichael on a point of order.
Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm catching the honorable member on the tail end of what he's saying. What is the honorable member saying that we're not providing accurate numbers? Is that what you're saying? Because that would be absolutely.
Yeah, what is your point? What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the minister himself said today that in the numbers of the recorded and published positive cases does not include the antigen tests. So if I know a person who were, that's what they said today. The antigen test. And so that's what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, Chair recognizes Honorable Member for Bamboo Town on a point of order.
Thank the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister for starting the charge. Mr. Speaker, the member for Cat Island is obviously misinformed in a sense as to the procedures that take place in regards to health, and even what WHO requires. Mr. Speaker, you cannot record an antigen test as a positive under WHO rules. Okay? The fact of the matter is every antigen test that is positive is followed up in country by an RT-PCR test to confirm the antigen test. And that is the number that is recorded. So in my contribution, what I was pointing out is that the government of the Bahamas, though we keep track of all of the positives in regards to antigen tests, we only report the RT-PCR positives that has come from those requisite antigen tests.
Speaker, it begs this question. Are all positive cases determined by an antigen test, followed up with the PCR test? It's not. I have someone right now at home. No, I could. Want me to? I could. You want me to call the name or you want me to write you the name? I'll write you the name. I'll write you the name of the person you might not know. See, I could write you the name of a person right now who is quarantining at home, who was determined to be positive by an antigen test, and he went and did another. I asked him to do the PCR test. He said, no, they did another antigen test and that was positive, so he's just staying home. No, I'm just saying, no, I'm giving, that's not true, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about the reality on the ground. I'm talking about what, I'm just, Mr. Speaker. No, he's fully vaccinated. He was fully vaccinated. He's not exhibiting any illness, which is the value of the being vaccinated. And also all I'm asking is, I'm saying that the numbers that's being recorded and published are not the reality on the ground. That's it. Right? So, Mr. Country, so Mr. Speaker.
Are you on a point of order?
Yes, on a point of order. I don't understand why the member wants to take that position. Because by the member's own admission, the fact of the matter is that the individual, the process still works. Even though the individual is not going and quote gotten an RT-PCR test, he's at home quarantining. And that's the real mandate reference for when someone tests positive. So if he's using it as a big try and say this.
I don't know why the government tried to run away from what's the reality. And it's not criticism. It's what the actuality is. What's the reality? What I was talking about is whether or not the numbers published by you were accurate or not. I said, and I repeat, that was an undercount. I suggested it was an undercount because you're not taking into account the antigen tests. Right? And what you said that all antigen tests, unless they are confirmed by the PCR, they're not included in the count. That's what your answer is to that. I accept your answer. But what I'm saying to you is that not all antigen test positive are going to the PCR test. And that is what, it's not the process I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about what is counted. That's the issue. What is the accurate count? Mr. Speaker, no country has had it easy. No country has had it easy. But governments in other Caribbean countries have led their countries through this crisis more effectively. And that's just the fact that I have told you, right? Mr. Speaker, what is infuriating? What is infuriating? And that drives one to anger, is that so much was asked of our people. The lockdowns in particular caused such extraordinary hardships. People lost their jobs and their businesses, and many lost their homes too. Whatever gains have been made during this pandemic against the virus have been achieved only through enormous, terrible sacrifice. To see those gains erased because of subsequent government failures is infuriating. It is one thing, Mr. Speaker, to make mistakes early in the pandemic, but to never learn from these mistakes, that's indefensible. In June of last year, we warned that the country needed more testing and tracing resources in place to safely reopen the borders. That advice was not heeded. Whether out of ignorance or arrogance, we cannot know. The borders were open, cases came in, there was not enough testing or tracing to keep up with the virus. The borders were closed again. The lockdowns followed. Now, economic recovery was delayed. You remember, Mr. Speaker, that during this time, Bahamians were allowed to travel to Florida, a hotspot that we were warning about, and to return and return within 72 hours without being tested. Now, here we are. Here we are, all these months later, with high positivity rates that are proof we still don't have the testing and contact tracing resources we need to keep up with the virus. After every wave, Mr. Speaker, the competent authority has taken, after every wave, the competent authority has taken a premature victory lap. There has been a lot of self-congratulation and very little self-reflection. So I remind the member for Bamboo Town that if you do it right the first time, you don't have to do it again. So there's little comfort that the present wave will soon be flattened, as you mentioned today. Done right the first time, you have not been of need to flatten another wave. Because the competent authorities over-reliance on blunt instruments like lockdowns and curfews, and the underinvestment in tools like testing and tracing have meant COVID has had a much harsher impact on our economy than was necessary. The lack of planning, the flip-flopping, the haphazard restrictions that are announced and then reversed, the dozens of confusing and contradictory rules, all of this has made planning impossible for families and businesses. This is why it was COVID's fault. Don't blame me excuse. Where's sin? Because it was the policy choices made by the competent authority that hurt the economy and delayed our recovery. Speaker, not once during this pandemic has the government offered the people a comprehensive plan to manage the health and economic emergency. As a result, the country has moved from crisis to crisis. The government is stuck in a cycle of underpreparing and then scrambling to cope. The competent authority has failed again and again to plan ahead. It was clear that Delta posed an enormous risk to our country, yet the government was caught unprepared. The competent authority, Speaker, failed to obtain enough vaccines. We are hundreds of thousands of doses short. The competent authority failed to sufficiently expand testing capacity and to make testing free and accessible. The competent authority failed to use contact tracing quickly to stay ahead of outbreaks. It was only after thousands of new cases that we are told that contact tracing teams are now being fortified. And we heard more about what's being done today. Right? The competent authority has failed to sufficiently
Honorable member, did you recognize us?
Mr. Speaker, the member had
Member
made
for
this
Bamboo Town.
same reference earlier about contact tracing and the surveillance unit. Mr. Speaker, we had initially in the contact tracing unit some 30 persons at the start of, I believe, the first wave. Mr. Speaker, after that point, we had employed some 80 individuals, and we got up to about 100 persons in contact tracing. The ratio globally for the WHO is that you should have 15 persons for every 100,000. So with a population of 300,000, Mr. Speaker, if we rounded up to 400,000, that means in essence we should have about 60 persons employed in contact tracing. Mr. Speaker, we've never had below that number. And Mr. Speaker, what we have done is we have brought in some trained individuals to replace those who have now gone back to their requisite ministries, Mr. Speaker. And that is what I reiterated this morning. I said we brought in 40 contact tracers. And Mr. Speaker, we may bring in as much as 50, which means another 10 on the 40 that is there.
I know. No, one maker. I can tell you. I have persons who calling me today who have contracted the virus, and no one has contacted them yet to determine with whom they would have been in contact with within 5 days of being tested and afterwards. So what I'm saying is, Speaker, contact tracing is a challenge, right? No, what I'm saying is, I say fail to use contact tracing quickly. That's what I said. Fail to use contact tracing quickly.
Honorable member for Cat Island.
Speaker,
The
has
chair-
failed to
Honorable
sufficiently
member for Cat
expand.
Island.
Speaker,
The chair recognizes.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Honorable member for Cat Island, we stopping your clock for these interventions.
Mr. Speaker, to suggest that because someone who tested positive was not contacted, to suggest that that is a weakness on the side of the contact tracers is misleading, Mr. Speaker, because we are not certain that those persons speak truthfully as to who they would have been in contact with. We found that to be the case in infectious diseases, especially in the case of HIV. We don't know that the person who they may have contracted it from were told that they were a contact. So we can't blame them for that.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying about contact, when I talk about
honorable
contact
members,
quickly enough, I'm saying what I said, Mr. Speaker, is that no one. What I should do? Give me another word, please.
Honorable members,
Give me another word, please.
honorable members,
What's parliamentary for right? No. I found it insulting when you told me I'm losing my mind, man. This long COVID. Long COVID is at work. Long COVID at work. Long COVID at work. Long COVID is at work. Mr. Speaker, the competent authority has failed to sufficiently expand public health capacity.
honorable member.
I find it insulting.
Speaker,
Honorable member, the member for Southern Shores feels offended by the word used.
Mr. Speaker, what I suggested was that his commentary was puerile, not him. He was not puerile. But if he thinks that I'm calling him, you think I call you childish? You are now a man, and you put away childish things. So I have no. It's just that the commentary made was puerile because it missed the point that I was making, and he introduced something completely new. But about persons not being honest, etc. That's not the issue. The issue is whether once a person is deemed to have contracted COVID, then there's puerile. It's called, Mr. Speaker, puerile. I don't. You're not childish. You're not childish. He's not childish, Mr. Speaker. His comments were childish. Speaker.
Honorable member.
You wish to withdraw?
Yes, I would think so because it has many other meanings.
I was only talking. You don't introduce the other meanings, Mr. Speaker. You don't introduce the other meanings. It's withdrawn.
Thank you.
The competent authority has also failed to sufficiently expand public health capacity when the threat of more transmissible variants has been clear for months. Why is it only now that we are rushing to add ICU capacity and healthcare personnel? The competent authority, again, Mr. Speaker, failed to consult with local medical professionals. We see them all over the newspaper complaining, who have been forced to provide their advice via the media. One of the recommendations doctors and nurses made was to require a negative
honorable
COVID
member
test for
for
both
Island.
vaccinated and vaccinated travelers.
The chair recognizes honorable member for Carmichael on the point of order.
Speaker, that is the point. That statement is not true. It's wrong for the honorable member to say that, and he ought to withdraw it. The competent authority has failed to consult with local medical practitioners. That's wrong. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me finish. Mr. Speaker, Cat Island, you're not doing this. You're not going to respond to me until I finish. No, absolutely not, Cat Island. We're not going to do that.
The mic is on his feet.
Honorable members, honorable members.
But you gotta wait though. He's not done with his point.
Answer.
Oh, you shut him down.
He stated what it was. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I am saying is that, and I will, if I need to bring the newspaper, I'll bring it, right? But for now, I said he failed to consult with local medical professionals, and I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, they're saying that they did. I will draw that, and I'll bring the newspaper at the appropriate time to say where I got that from. So, Mr. Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael. Apparently, the member for Carmichael has another point. Let the chair hear his point.
Speaker, I took a point of order. You withdrew it. You said it twice and then you withdrew it.
I'll bring it. I'm sure someone might find it before I finish the day. The Speaker, as I said, they were the one who suggested that both vaccinated and unvaccinated travelers be tested, because they understood that although the data on vaccines preventing serious illness and death was excellent, there was less information at the time about whether vaccinated individuals could transmit the virus. The company authority failed to require negative tests from all visitors. Now they've reversed that. That's some of the flip-flopping I mentioned earlier. The company authority failed to implement a public education campaign, leaving Bahamians without the information they need to keep themselves and their families safe. Mr. Speaker, how many hours have been spent creating deranged and deceitful advertisements against me by the company's authority? Couldn't just a little bit.
Honorable member for Cat Island, the chair recognizes Carmichael on a point of order.
Speaker, that cannot stand. There's no advertisement in relation to the member, the honorable member, by the competent authority. That is wrong. No, that is wrong. And you know it. Cat Island, you know it. You know it.
No.
You know it, Cat Island. Cat Island, you are a man of honor, and you ought not to be engaging
Honorable members.
You hold a position of honor.
Honorable member for Carmichael. Honorable member for Cat Island. Honorable member for Cat Island. Can you substantiate that the advertisement you're referring to were either authorized by or the competent authority?
Paid for by the FNM.
Paid for?
Yeah. No. I just want to know. I asked him. He said it wasn't him.
The chairman of the FNM.
It wasn't him.
Carl Kalmer is the chairman of the FNM.
So it was Carl Kalmer? It was Carl. Is it Carter? Huh? Right? Is that where it is? Yeah. So, Kalani, I'm asking you. Was it you? If it ain't you, I withdraw it. No. What I said, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Speaker, what I said is how many hours have been spent creating deranged and deceitful advertisements against me by the company authority. I'm prepared to withdraw that if the company authority confirms that he has not been a part of that. No, I asked him.
Honorable member, the member for Carmichael is recognized on a point of order.
Speaker, the point of order says every member of this honorable house is presumed to be honorable and presumed to say honorable things when they're on their floor, and especially the leader opposite. And when he knows that he's saying something that is unacceptable, that he ought not to say, that he cannot verified. You know,
I just add,
You said by
they may not be
F&M.
deceitful, you know. They may not be deceitful. That's your view.
yeah, whatever they are.
By who?
After they got
By who?
paid for by the FNM.
By who? By who?
I said it up to the authority. I will draw up to the authority.
Cat Island, do you appreciate?
Yeah.
I don't want you going into
Okay.
it.
You don't need to speak.
I don't.
This leader, the leader now.
No, Cat Island. Cat Island, do you realize?
Honorable members,
Do you realize what you're doing to your image in this country now with this statement? The Speaker, I'm sorry if I spoke over you, sir. Well, Mr. Speaker, a member who has had more than 2 decades in this place is now feeling the heat from the torch. I'm not your enemy. But you need to. You're losing.
honorable members,
losing credibility.
honorable members, speak to the chair, please.
The reason why I said that is because more time could be spent instead of spinning political rhetoric against the. Listen, y'all look at that garbage thing in Harbor Island, yeah. If you all ain't gonna do it, I can do it. Look at that garbage thing, right? Look at that. I can't tell you. I bring it to your attention, Kalani. I brought it to your attention with some public admissions. Look at them. So, Mr. Speaker, couldn't just
Honorable members,
see, all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, more time could be spent, right, on directing medical professionals, make them available to Bahamians to update the Bahamian on this deadly virus. Why not take the time to understand and address medical questions and concerns about the vaccines instead of just patronizingly telling people not to be afraid of a needle? The competent authority has also failed to provide frontline workers and the public with high-quality protective masks, even though we know that port masks are not enough protection from the Delta variant for those who work inside and are exposed to large gatherings. He's also failed to provide guidance and support for improving ventilation and air quality in homes, schools, churches, and workplaces, even though it's been clear for more than a year that COVID is largely an airborne virus. The competent authority, Speaker, has failed to inspire trust from the public, in part because he has failed to provide scientific rationales for his restrictions. Despite the dismal record of failure that I outlined, and despite earlier promises that the state of emergency would end August 18th, the competent authority of one is asking us today to extend this extraordinary power. It is relevant, I think, to note here that since last March, he has had the power to reward his political donors and insiders with pandemic spending contracts without being transparent or accountable, and without having to debate his choices in this House or defend his decisions to the public. The anti-corruption non-profit group Transparency International has said COVID-19 is a corruption crisis as well as a health and economic crisis. In their report, they talk about the importance of ensuring that funds for COVID treatment and relief are not lost. I quote this, are not lost to corruption and reach the intended recipients. So on the one hand, we have Transparency International recommending that countries ensure open and transparent contracting. And then on the other hand, the competent authority has so far refused to answer the simplest questions from the Bahamian public. Questions like, who was paid, how much, and for what? Millions borrowed in the name of the people. Don't the people deserve an answer? Now this morning, there's a new, but to me not surprising, damning report from the Auditor General regarding how the government used the proceeds from the emergency $250 million IMF loan. The Auditor General was given a list of companies that received, and I quote, received payments for delivery of goods and services related to COVID-19. He then requested information about the beneficial ownership of these companies. What that means is, who really owns these companies? The concern is that shell companies are being used to hide the true owners. The government has not provided the Auditor General with the information requested, even though the failure to disclose the real owners of these companies means that the Bahamas may be failing to meet a key commitment made to the IMF in return for receiving the $250 million loan. The Auditor General quoted the IMF, and I quote, knowing who ultimately owns companies, their beneficial owners, is a key piece of data that allows governments and citizens to check that money is going where intended. The Auditor General also noted that disclosing the real beneficiaries of public contracts is pivotal, I quote, to reducing the, and I quote, risks associated with the abuse of public funds. Mr. Speaker, I don't want anyone to get lost in the woods or the technical details. It's pretty simple in the end. The greater the lengths they go to hide their spending contracts, the more suspicious the public is, and with good reason. And, Mr. Speaker, in the middle of all these hidden deals, we can't forget that the competent authority also used its emergency powers to create a travel visa that we didn't need. And what is so curious, they had months to set this up. They said they didn't have time to go to bid. But what we do know is, having abandoned the normal procurement process to choose the digital company payment, it ended up the best one.
Honorable members,
Just happened to have
honorable member for Cat Island, you cannot continue a conversation across the floor while another member is speaking. You can heckle now and then, but not a constant, continuous conversation. Chair recognizes Cat Island.
Yeah, because what we know that they eventually chose a digital payment company, which just happened to have their national campaign coordinator as a director and shareholder. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Sudden Shores on the point of order. Sudden Shores on the
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. To withhold the truth, Mr. Speaker, is just as bad as misleading. We also chose a digital wallet that is a number 2 on that side, Mr. Speaker. And I'm telling the whole story. We chose more than one digital wallet.
How do you go with the travel visa? I'm talking about travel visa. I talk.
Look at digital wallet. Look at digital wallet. Look at digital wallet.
Speaker, I almost said the word again. You could hear? When did I say digital water? When I never said it. Never. Who else in there heard that? But you. Who else in there heard that? So, Mr. Speaker, so we have to ask why another extension. I recall, right? I've always said, right? You don't need to suspend civil liberty. You could do it by domestic legislation, right? Your own Attorney General, in October last year, said he was preparing legislation. Then he came back in February and said it. Now it's August. And yes, there's a document laid on the table that you say is now for consultation. After a year and a half, right? And you have to have some respect for the Bahamian people. You have to have some respect. We have said for a long time that public health measures, and I repeat it, can be enacted by ordinary legislation. That it is preferable to do so. That is still our position, and we hold on to that position. Right? And now, look what you've done. The government has put the country in the following position. Cases and hospitalization and death are rising. And just now, they're laying a new public health legislation. And my first reading of it already tells me there are a lot of challenges, which I will write to you about. Right? The Prime Minister has been given vast power, and he has failed. Great power, and he has failed. You know, the competent authority continues, it should be expanded, it can't just be one. You should put, you know, and it should be included in the legislation. And the Speaker, for all the reasons I have outlined, it would be foolish to continue on the same path and expect a better result. Hence, we do not support the extension of the emergency order. We do not support the extension of the emergency order. We do, however, support the public health and safety measures
Honorable
being
Member for
brought
Cat Island.
through ordinary legislation.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town on a point of order.
I'm just wanting to get clarity on what the member said. The member, I believe I heard the member say,
No point of order.
well, point of order. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the member, it seems to me like the member has circular reasoning, because he's saying that you don't need the suspension of that we don't need to go to constitutional right for the suspension of civil liberties, but you could do it by domestic legislation. Whether you suspend it by emergency order, by domestic legislation, you're still suspending civil liberties. That's circular reasoning.
Well, if you look at any of the measures that attach and concern the constitutional rights of anyone, each of those provisions make allowance for public health legislation to protect the public. So don't you don't have to go there, right? Don't go there. The Speaker, like I said, we do not export, but we do, as I said, support, and we continually said, because it could be done. In fact, when you look at what you have laid, it may have, the result is not the same, man. Speaker, the company authority decision making has left us in worst of all worlds. Bahamians have suffered serious infringements of their civil liberties while facing worse COVID outcomes. When the Speaker, let me repeat, the competent authority decision making has left us in the worst of all worlds. Bahamians have suffered serious infringements of our civil liberties while facing worse COVID outcomes than regional neighbors. And in the meantime, the economy has been devastated and hidden insider spending deals have flourished. That is a bleak picture. That is our reality. There's too much at stake to let the decision-making continue to rest with one man alone. He may consult his cabinet, but he is not required to do so under these orders, and is hardly reassuring in any case. Mr. Speaker, I want to finish by talking about a better way forward. A better way forward. We have a serious fight on our hands in this country. The Delta variant is believed to be more than twice as transmissible as the original COVID-19 virus. It was said that the original virus, on average, if one infected individual, would pass the virus on to about 2 others. But this Delta, it said, one person infected will pass it on to between 5 to 8 other people. You can see how urgent it is, then, Mr. Speaker, that we stop Delta. May I have 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you. We need real leadership and a comprehensive plan. Adjusting the curfew by 1 hour forward, 1 hour back, and then an hour forward again is total nonsense and not a sufficient policy response. I want all Bahamians to know. I want all Bahamians to know. I want all Bahamians to know that I agree that vaccines are the best way to keep Bahamians safe from the worst outcomes. And I encourage all Bahamians to get vaccinated and, if hesitant, seek medical advice from their physician. Mr. Speaker, I could not be happier about the news this morning about the United States providing Pfizer doses to our country. The United States is taking the battle against COVID beyond its borders, donating vaccines across the globe. We are grateful to the United States for the more than 800,000 Pfizer vaccines donated to Caribbean nations, along with Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, and Vincent, Grenadines, Antigua, St. Kitts and Nevis. The Bahamas will finally get an influx of much-needed vaccines. Those vaccines are going to save a lot of lives, but the virus is spreading right now. Once the vaccine arrives, they and are distributed, most of him will still be many weeks from building robust immunity. So we need to step up the other protections. We have put together a 10-point plan that we have been promulgating over the last several months, over a year. We sent it to them, and we sent it to you all almost a year ago. I hope everyone will take a look at it. It's on our website. We need to expand testing and tracing, please. We need to continue to expand public health capacity, please. This is not close to over. We need to hold public education and town hall meetings, even if virtually, so Bahamians can get their questions about the virus and about the vaccines answered by medical professionals. We need to make sure all visitors test negative before coming to the Bahamas. We need to make high-quality medical-grade masks available to frontline workers and the public, especially with the highly transmissible Delta variant. The quality of masks truly matters. We need to talk to Bahamians about how to reduce airborne transmission of the virus using ventilation. We need to offer more support for COVID-positive patients who need to isolate. And finally, any rules and restrictions that govern Bahamian lives must be justified by the science. And that ought to be presented to the public to get them more cooperative in following and adhering to those restrictions. This is the way to show you respect for Bahamians. All I can say to my people, to our people, let's stay safe. Let's stay safe, right? Let's say we volunteer to vaccinate or volunteer to assist in the vaccination process. Yeah, but I think you said it. Yeah, I say to the public, I've been the Prime Minister's ass, and I consent, and I on my own accord, because I think they will listen to me quicker than they would. I understand what you're saying. They'll understand me. I ask those of people out there who are able to assist and volunteer. I get it. To volunteer in ensuring that the vaccines that arrive, that they sign into the centers to assist in shepherding people through for the purpose of being vaccinated. Right? They go, Barry Raston or Ed Field make contact with them, and I ask all of you to go and volunteer. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Garden Hills.
You have to say something.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Even if it's computerized, what is it?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, as you know, I rise today on behalf of the wonderful people of Garden Hills constituency, and I always thank and trust them in their decisions for electing me as their representative for all these many years. Mr. Speaker, I'm extraordinarily pleased to be speaking after the leader of the opposition. Primarily for two reasons, Mr. Speaker. I like to take his advice because he is a distinguished lawyer, QC for that matter. And so many things that he say I take for granted, Mr. Speaker, coming from a distinguished person. Like me, hundreds of Bahamians follow suit. So I want to commend the leader of the opposition for announcing and asking persons throughout the Bahamas to become vaccinated, and to congratulate him for the first time for opening up and saying to the Bahamian people, the government is doing a good job, get vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition began his contribution by saying better days are coming. That better days are coming, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the leader for saying better days are coming, because now we have the vaccines. People could get vaccinated, and Bahamians throughout the Bahamas can be now confident that their lives will be spared, they will be healthy, because this Free National Movement government has committed to bringing the vaccines and getting the vaccines to cause that to take place. So congratulate Bahamians everywhere. I was perplexed, Mr. Speaker, by one statement by the leader of the opposition, because he said that lockdowns are extreme, persons have lost their jobs, persons have gone out of business, and that suggestion was that was a bad idea. And then, Mr. Speaker, in the same sentence, the same breath, he said that we were wrong for allowing the Bahamians to travel, to go to Miami and other places, suggesting to me, Mr. Speaker, that if he were in this space, he would make lockdowns even longer. But criticizing, on the one hand, the government for taking the steps to make Bahamians safe. But only a QC could get away with that, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not in that space. I realize that on the political floor, sometimes we make contradictory statements, and we just want the Bahamians to hear what we want to say. And so, Mr. Speaker,
the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island on a point of order.
The member is clearly misrepresenting what I said during my debate. What I said was that the government permitted persons to travel, and the key and fundamental issue there was, and to allow them to return to the Bahamas without having a test to determine whether or not they're coming back with the virus or otherwise. That was the error of their ways. It had nothing to do with whether you locked down or to travel. It's a question of them allowing people to travel into a hotspot. And I could reduce my warning to the government given in June about when you're opening, about be careful of what you're doing. In fact, the government as far as to allow one of their agencies to promote travel for 2 days to come back without testing. And that all contributed to where we were, to the second wave. And we just need to acknowledge some of the missteps. It has nothing to travel and lockdown as a front instrument. The issues are different.
The member for Cat Island is suggesting that we could have predicted the future. Because if I recall, just like he ought to, Mr. Speaker, when COVID started last year, we all thought that by June, COVID would go away. We all thought that we were going to do better. In fact, one of the things the government did that I would speak about is the fact that we offered unemployment assistance. And we thought that by June, that would have been done. The reality is there's been no playbook, none whatsoever, to any government in the world as to what direction this virus would take. So to come into this parliament and suggest that there were the exact steps that we should take that would eventually deal with every problem that we face is a quarterback on Tuesday or Wednesday, because Monday morning quarterback could not predict these things, Mr. Speaker. So my only concern, Mr. Speaker, with what the leader of the opposition said was, he left me with the impression, Mr. Speaker, that what we did was wrong by taking the lockdown, but that if he had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, he would not have allowed the Bahamians to travel. He would not have allowed the country to open because in his view, we knew and he would know exactly what direction COVID would take us. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, it is with a sense of pride that I see the leader of the opposition saying to Bahamians everywhere, get vaccinated, wear your mask, do the things that are necessary to make the Bahamas a safe place. And Mr. Speaker, in these unprecedented times, Mr. Speaker, I'm very thankful and honored that we have taken these steps. I'm thankful and honored to be a part of a government, Mr. Speaker, that tried to do its best. And we are doing our best, Mr. Speaker. And like the pastor said this morning, once you've done your best, just let God do the rest. And we are continuing to work, continuing to do our best, and we are praying, just like he is, to ensure that the rest is done. Mr. Speaker, these unprecedented times have tested our resolve. They've really tested us as Bahamians everywhere and every day. I know, Mr. Speaker, because I have the responsibility for an agency that we call National Insurance. And National Insurance, Mr. Speaker, has spent nearly $100 million to individuals as a form of income support because of COVID-19. $100 million, and that is separate and apart, Mr. Speaker, separate and apart from the $180 million in real money spent by this government as a form of income support for thousands of ordinary Bahamians affected by COVID-19 and their job layoffs. That does not include, Mr. Speaker, the total spending or the additional spending that was brought about in job retention, in the food program, which is nearly another $100 million, Mr. Speaker. And I'm talking real money impacting real Bahamians. And some of my friends in Exomo said to me the last time I spoke, you like call them big numbers, but we know that ain't true. But that is the reality, Mr. Speaker. That is what the kind of income support that the government had to come up with in these unprecedented times. We've spent over, with the government and national insurance, over $1.5 billion. Think about that, Mr. Speaker. That's in many cases, that is the budget of 6 ministries or 7 ministries combined. That is what the government had to cough up during these times for the Bahamian people to show their support. And that's only income support, Mr. Speaker. That's only money. That's not the other kinds of assistances that the government has provided for the Bahamian people. And to suggest that we could have done something different or that we did not inject enough or we do not care for the Bahamian people is, in my opinion, totally unacceptable. I think if PLB was in power, I contend, Mr. Speaker, that they would have done the same thing. They are saying that they would do different. Perhaps they would have. But what we know, Mr. Speaker, is that is the kind of push that we had to advance as a government to make sure that the Bahamians could survive in this environment. Again, my colleagues always say this is a playbook that did not exist. We're making up as we go. And yes, we may have made some mistakes, but I don't know of anyone who don't make a mistake when something that confronts them is the first time it happened in my lifetime. Think about, Mr. Speaker, before COVID, there was the impact of Dorian in the northern Bahamas. Think about that. Every single island in the northern Bahamas were affected. We had to cough up millions and millions of dollars in income support. Our rebuilding effort continues. People have been misplaced. But yet, we all say that, some of us say, I should say, not we all say, some of us say that the government is doing nothing, we are taking the wrong steps. And we continue to say, if we were in power, we would be doing different. Yes. If you were in power now, you will do different. Because you would have seen what we have done. You would have had an opportunity to look at the slight mistakes that we may have made. But when you're doing it on your own the first time, yes, errors will come. But there's absolutely no Bahamian, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that can truly and honestly say that the government has not tried, the government has not successfully done what it had to do for the Bahamian people. Think about the public service, Mr. Speaker. Another ministry that I have responsibility for. 22,000 individuals in the public service, Mr. Speaker. 22,000. We took the position very early, Mr. Speaker, that we know many of these households are headed by hotel workers and self-employed individuals who would have been furloughed or who may have lost their jobs because of COVID. And we determined, Mr. Speaker, that of the 22,000 persons employed by the public service, not one will lose their job. Not one, Mr. Speaker. We went further, Mr. Speaker. We said that you would not only keep your job, but you would not lose 1 day of your vacation time. When the rest of the Bahamas was not only losing their job and losing opportunities, and workers were told, well, if you're not coming to work, you got to lose your vacation. We said no. We wanted these Bahamians to be leaders in their households. We wanted them to be able to support their families. So they did not lose their job, they did not lose their vacation. And we took another step, Mr. Speaker. Last year when things were tough, really tough, we said to the Bahamian public and civil servants, we will withhold your increment for this budget year, and you will be paid in this present budget year. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister announced several weeks ago, every Bahamian who is entitled, who works for the government, and are entitled to an increment, they will be paid this month. We will keep our word, notwithstanding how tough it has been on the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, compare this group of individuals to others in the private sector who are struggling, who do not have a job, who are furloughed. We just took the position, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to keep the people engaged that we have hired to make sure that every single household that could be affected, that these individuals keep their jobs, that they continue to do their work. There's no playbook for that, Mr. Speaker, but that is a decision that we took. More than that, Mr. Speaker, we also know that we had engaged individuals in the 52-week program that does not have any certainty. Traditionally, these persons work for a year, and then next year they may get a job or the program may stop. We said that during these tough times, Mr. Speaker, we're going to take another step. We're going to take the 1,200 individuals in the 52-week program who are performing their tasks and working in accordance with the rules of the public service. We're going to make them and cause them to become permanent in the public service. We did this, Mr. Speaker, because many of them deserve it, but a significant number of these individuals, Mr. Speaker, are head of households. But we realize that they can't go to the bank. There's no guarantee because they are not public officers. So we took the step, Mr. Speaker, a few months ago to cause that to take place. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, the program that I regard as the brightest for the public officers and officers in the public service, program designed by the Prime Minister 3 years ago. He said, let's make the public service a better space. Let's find the best and the brightest. Let's go out there and seek them out, and let's put them on a contract, Mr. Speaker. Let's give them a job, because the public service needs to build its capacity, needs to begin to attract the best and the brightest. We did that, Mr. Speaker. Attracted engineers, architects, healthcare workers, workers from every sphere in our community, Mr. Speaker. And today, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister indicated and will announce, although I'm preempting him a little bit, that these individuals will be given an opportunity to become permanent in the service. When you look at all we're doing, Mr. Speaker, to help the Bahamian people, to make sure that in these tough times, we provide some safety and security for these individuals, Mr. Speaker, I think public officers everywhere, those who are contracted, who will become permanent, who will opt to become permanent, from our college graduate program and others, Mr. Speaker, those 52-week workers who were not sure of exactly where they were going to be or where they were going to fall. Tons of school board individuals engaged for many years, working, who believed that they were working for the public service, who for the first time, Mr. Speaker, during this administration, will be able to say, I got a job, I can take care of my family, I'm in this right space. All of these things, Mr. Speaker, happening at a time when we are going through crisis, happening at a time when we are scrapping for money. But we've chosen a path where we're going to say to individuals, we're going to secure your position if you are performing your job. That is what political parties do. That is what governments do when they care about individuals. And that's how we, in the Free National Movement, are showing the Bahamian people that we care. Mr. Speaker, these are unprecedented times. Unprecedented because we do not know where we're going to be tomorrow. We do not know which direction the variant is going to take. But what we know, Mr. Speaker, is what the pastor said this morning. We will do our best. We'll take the steps that are necessary to keep the Bahamians and the Bahamas safe. We have now been joined by the opposition who are encouraging individuals to wear their masks and get vaccinated. And yes, by that, Mr. Speaker, I say, like he said, better days are in front of us. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, I want to extend condolences, Mr. Speaker, to, first of all, my colleague, Aram Lewis, who's a member of Kappa Alpha Psi, and I extend that condolences on behalf of my family, as well as the brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi, and I know two other members of different fraternities are here, and I take the liberty to extend condolences on their behalf as well. I know how tough it is to lose a mom. I know he's trying his best, but she's in a better place. Mr. Speaker, most of us know Wakey Wright, my homeboy. I called him 2 weeks ago. He lost his wife. He's buried. And I know Berkey, we were supposed to have gone fishing this August, but he had to be here and take care of those things. So I extend condolences on behalf of my wife, myself, the entire community of Black Point Exuma on the passing of his wife, Sabrina. The Speaker, I also have a special family member, Peter Metro. Darren and those fellows who came from the Defense Force know Metro very well. Peter Patton, yes. They know that he was a man who was committed to his work, was committed to his craft. A sailor, a diver, traveled throughout the Bahamas, but was always focused on those things that he wanted to achieve and wanted to do. And when he passed, I'm sure my whole family is crying right now because they all regarded him as a quiet and focused young man. He was hospitalized for a while, and my sister told me that he told the doctor on Saturday that he was just tired. He wasn't going to take any more medicine. He'd gotten to that point, and by Monday he had passed. My whole hometown, I know, feel it. I'm going to be in closer contact with the family. And I suggested to one member of the family that we should lay him to rest in Black Point, but that ain't my call. So I'm going to leave that, Mr. Speaker, there. But I also want to finally extend condolences to a man that I always refer to as my mentor. I really got to know His Excellency, AD as he's called, back when I was a teacher at C.I. Gibson. I know about his earlier political engagement. I know he was the DPM and he was all that, the Minister of Finance and all that. And then he said one day that it was his mission to wipe away the tears from every eye. And I was teaching at C.I. Gibson at the time, and I said, let me challenge this man. If he's serious, I'll know. So I invited him to come to C.I. Gibson to have a talk with the young man in particular that day. And to my surprise, notwithstanding how elevated he was in society, driving in his own car, pulled up into the gate to speak to the young man. And I had challenged some of the young men to ask him some funny questions just to see where he was. And to my surprise, AD not only answered every question, but the commitment in his face, his logic, his reasoning, convinced me that he meant what he was saying. And from that day to this, Mr. Speaker, I always refer to him as a man whose mission it was to make Bahamians safe, to make and to elevate Bahamians to the highest levels in our society. And I always said to his daughter in this parliament, notwithstanding the fact that he was one of the founding members, I should say, of the progressive government at the time, the PLP. But at one point, people forget that he put his whole career on the line, said he was not prepared to follow corruption. And he left. He was reelected as an independent fellow, independent in thought, words, and deed. He left that mark on our society. He did his work. His work is now done. But we shall always remember AD. Always remember him. Because he put Bahamians first. I want to commend his family for always being there. Me and the member for Anglican sometimes disagree. And then when we disagree, I say, well, you know, you're representing 80 here, you know, you're representing them other people that 80 had to leave. And so I want to say to Glennis and the rest of the family, condolences from my family. His words will live forever in my memory, and may he rest in peace.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise on the wings of the great people of Central and South Eleuthera. Mr. Speaker, Central and South Eleuthera would like to offer their condolences to the Hanna family on the passing of the A.D. Hanna, former Governor General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. To my colleague, Minister Lewis, to you and your family, we offer our condolences. Mr. Speaker, today we like to offer our condolences to a great lady who passed on out of the James system. Miss Bernita Bethel was one of our leading religious leaders in the community of James system, who gave her life to Christ, and she not only did she give it to Christ, but she shared it wherever she went. She will be missed in that community. Miss Pauline Bethel, the wife of the softball star, Mr. Edmund Bethel, he lost his wife just a few days ago as well. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make mention of my aunt, my in-law, Miss Mary Lloyd of Roxon. Ms. Mary Lloyd was a descendant from Acklands who moved to the island of Eleuthera, who lived in the community of Roxton, who contributed in the growth and development of that community and lived a good life and lived a life that many others are willing to follow. And she gave herself to the community. Mr. Speaker, today we're here today, Mr. Speaker, to add to the extension to the emergency order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, outright, I will not play with it. I will not hold back, and I will not side. Central and Saudi Lucia support this today. Mr. Speaker, there is no time to profile in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker. It is no time to walk in these hollow walls and say we're going to profile just for political mileage, Mr. Speaker. It is time, Mr. Speaker, for all of us who call ourselves leaders to rise to the occasion and make sure we protect the rights of the citizens and save lives in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. There's no time to profile, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as an individual, Mr. Speaker, it annoys me sometimes to listen to the garbage I hear on the streets when we as leaders are out there profiling for political mileage. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with that. We are losing lives every day, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in my constituency alone, Mr. Speaker, we've had 4 flights out of Roxton area, 4 out of Central. Today, Mr. Speaker, we've had 7 deaths in the South, 7 deaths in Central. We have presently quarantined 65 in the South, 30 in Central, Mr. Speaker, and we got time to come here to talk and profile in this House, Mr. Speaker. There's no time for that, Mr. Speaker. It's time for action, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am a victim. I am a victim who laid in that hospital, who listened to the cries of individuals who passed on. I was a lucky one, Mr. Speaker, who was able to walk out there and have a good life, Mr. Speaker. You out there, you individuals throughout this country who lost your loved ones, do not know what they go through when they're on their deathbeds, Mr. Speaker. The cries all night and all day, nurse, doctor. This is what our citizens go through, Mr. Speaker. And our nurses and doctors have to sit and listen to this all day and all night, Mr. Speaker. That's why the medical team in this country need to be commended from the top to the bottom, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no money that can pay this medical staff in this country. And so while some of you out there making noise about an extra dollar, money cannot pay you for what you're doing. And when you put yourselves on the line, your life on the line, and go back to your family to care for others, you are doing a sacrifice to your country. Mr. Speaker, our medical team need to be commended. To the former minister, Dr. Dwayne Sands, I say congratulations, you did an excellent job while you were there. To our present minister, you are doing an excellent job. Mr. Prime Minister, the bombshell was dropped in here this morning. 128,700 vaccines will be delivered to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas tomorrow morning at 1:30 in Nassau. I want you to know, it is so sad. There are many citizens who doesn't like to hear that today. That's how serious some people are when it comes to politics. We have a nation to heal, Mr. Speaker. And that is what this government is doing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Prime Minister, I want to thank you on behalf of the people of Eleuthera for the effort that you've made, the sacrifices you've been given, and to make sure that this country will be safe in the next couple of months, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in order for us to achieve the goals, we must learn to pull together. We must stand as one. There's a common saying that we have among us. Where there is unity, there is what? Right. Where there is unity, right. And we need to send that throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. There's no time to play games with this. We are losing lives, not daily, almost hourly. And we come in here and we just want to make it a political issue. There's no time for this. Mr. Speaker, I support this movement. And Mr. Prime Minister, I support the other bill that you're talking about. I'd be supporting that as well. Just a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to be very long today. I want to, at this time, say thank you to the great staff in my constituency. the medical team. The medical team. They are not the best, they are the greatest. They are the greatest. And while I'm at it, Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to the minister. I need one more doctor for Central. And while I'm at it, Mr. Speaker, one more doctor. Presently, Mr. Minister, we have Dr. Cho in Central, and thank God that the Dr. Sidney Smith has now been returned to South Eleuthera. The people of South Eleuthera are grateful to you and the government for making sure that Dr. Sidney Smith is back in South Eleuthera. Dr. Sullivan is in South also. And so we need just one more to balance the field. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today and speak, the people of Eleuthera recognize, as I speak today, Governor's Harbor Clinic presently is under construction and being totally revamped. It would be like a brand new facility in a few coming months, Mr. Speaker.
Looking good.
Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the Minister of Health, South Eleuthera awaits that new clinic that has been mentioned to us in the last budget in South Eleuthera, sir. Roxanne, thank you. Mr. Speaker, pardon me, sir?
He got a long list.
But see, Mr. Listen, allow me, no, I'm not gonna go on the list today, but allow me if I may. We need to clear the air on this mini hospital. It has become, in my movement and my constituency, it has become a political football. Eleutherians, let me tell you this today. While you were pushing for a mini hospital, I want a mini hospital. $30 to $40 million invested in your constituency, putting the walls there, not able to mend it, it's a waste of the taxpayers' money. Wait your time. I support a mini hospital. We need a mini hospital. But why waste the funding now? When the government can't afford to do it, it will be done. And so, pardon me? But I have to speak, listen, what I found out in being in politics, you must be truthful, even if it hurts. And I will not lead my people. They've been too good to me. Mr. Speaker, happy to announce, just Friday, the road works for Tarpon Bay, Eleuthera, began Friday morning. Mr. Speaker, I think Hatchet Bay today are dancing in the streets. They should be. Monday morning, their road contract started in Central Eleuthera. Mr. Speaker, Cranes Highway has gone a long way. It is now accessible, and we are riding in class thanks to this good F&M government. Mr. Speaker, the dock in Roxanne is history, whether they like it or not. 40 long years in the making. Today, it's reality, and it is history by this F&M government. And so, Mr. Speaker, I dare not forget to remind the Minister of Works that the dock in James System, they are waiting to have their repairs taken care of, and so is Tarpon Bay. But I'm not going to go any further. The Prime Minister, don't go down the list today. Mr. Speaker, the other matter that I'm concerned about is the NJCSEP workers. It's called the 52-week workers. The good minister mentioned it in his speech, but some of the individuals in my constituency have begun to receive their letters. South has received, Central has not. But I'm saying to them, the letters are on the way. And of course, we need to have some clarity on some of those letters so that they understand. Mr. Speaker, but you didn't just hear that. You've been hearing that for the last year.
Doing that for years.
That was for the last year that they were promised to be hired and regularized. So that's nothing new. That's nothing new. Okay? And so, Mr. Speaker,
You got pipes, okay.
I want to now speak directly to the people in my constituency. Yes, sometimes I know you get a bit tired, you get agitated because of the orders that has been put in place. But as you can see, it is for your good. It is your responsibility and my responsibility to protect myself and your families. Mr. Speaker, I was in an area a few months ago, and I heard a conversation, and the person was of the view who was agitated about the lockdown and agitated about the mask. And I listened to her. I had nothing to say. 2 weeks later, she lost 2 loved ones to this pandemic. And unless you feel it, you never know. And when I did see her a couple of days after, and she looked at me and she said, Mr. Johnson, I was wrong. I said, you were wrong. And her job now, she goes around teaching and telling people how important it is to protect yourself. I say this, none of us want to support a lockdown. None of us want to support the curfews. But the measures have to go in place to protect our citizens. And doing so, it would protect me, you, and your families. South and Central Lutherans, the Haymans alike, take this thing very serious. This is no joke. We are losing lives in this country. This is no time to allow any politician, whether it's me or the leader of the opposition or the prime minister, to play games with you. Lives are being lost on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, Central and Southern Lutheran wholeheartedly support the resolution, the emergency order.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes Honorable Member for Garden Hill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Point of clarification.
Yes, I wanted to speak to the issue raised by the MP for Central and Southern Lutheran about the 52-week program, and also to respond to the statement made by my friend from Exuma. I know, I don't get you in things. Mr. Speaker, for over 1.5 years now, we've been saying to individuals engaged in the 52-week program who were performing their tasks that we were prepared and committed to making their life a little bit better by making them permanent in the service. We began this process last year, Mr. Speaker, so it's not a matter of us seeking to promote, hire any individuals because an election is coming. I did outline in my presentation that all of these things came forward after the hurricane in North Abaco and COVID-19 really caused us to bring these to the forefront. And so, Mr. Speaker, 1,200 individuals in the 52-week program, 150 persons in the college graduate program, 600 people in the Ministry of Education, in the various capacities, mainly the school boards, security and casual workers in the Ministry of Education, 400 plus individuals. We are now considering and working with individuals in the Ministry of Social Services, and we continue to engage individuals who do not have a sense of security and certainty in the public service. We took this position, because I said earlier, because we are committed to improving the quality of life of ordinary Bahamians. And just to add something else to that, Mr. Speaker, we've done and we're doing promotions that were scheduled to come in from 2017 before we came to office. We reclassified in the Ministry of Education alone over 200 individuals, and the list can go on and on. I always say to my colleague, the Minister of Works, is that I couldn't imagine the individuals at the Ministry of Works, who over 300 of them have been promoted this year alone.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, and so we're not interested in what's going on the next side of life. We want to make sure that we improve the quality of life of individuals, and we think that is the right thing to do, and that's why the Free National Movement is trying to correct some of the wrongs or matters that were not corrected previously. And so, Mr. Speaker, I don't want anybody to believe that it is connected in any way to politics. It's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the wonderful and resilient people of Exumas and Ragged Island, who I am most grateful to represent. Before I proceed with my brief remarks today, I want to publicly offer condolences to the Hanna family, my colleague from Angliston, and the passing of the most Honorable A.D. Hanna. From all accounts, he has touched many lives. He came from Auckland, served in the high office of DPM and Governor General. He's a champion of Bahamianization, the Bahamian patriot, and he's a powerful advocate for Bahamian pride. And today, I join the leader of the opposition and the member for Kalani in offering sincerest condolences. I also wish to say a special thank you to the healthcare workers of our country, the nurses, the doctors, the health officials. This has been a long pandemic, and I know that they are tired, and I simply want to say that we thank you and we appreciate you. I am aware that there have been some honorariums paid. I gather that this was a selective payment, and I would invite the Minister of Health to look at what has happened to ensure that in the middle of what continues to be very tiring times in the healthcare profession, that no one seem unappreciated or nobody misunderstands what has happened. So I just, as a matter of caution, ask the Minister of Health to examine what has happened and take another look to ensure that our healthcare professionals all feel appreciated during this most difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I note that we were not set to return to this place for another 6 weeks, as apparently the governing side envisioned a long holiday from the business of legislating. But here we are. And make no mistake about it, we are here today chiefly because of failed leadership. Unprecedented crisis call for unprecedented leadership, and we have anything but. It's funny what a difference a few months make. Of course, our leader, member for Cat Island, has ably articulated our position today. But I reflect. On January 27th this year, you all came to this place to tell us your great success in dealing with COVID-19. You gloated and you laughed, you heckled and you banged on the table. You took credit for falling case numbers. As you said, we were the envy of the Caribbean. Even though people were still getting sick, even though people were still dying, but that tune has changed today. The question we must ask ourselves is this: if the administration takes credit, the Minnis administration takes credit when COVID cases and deaths, the numbers fall, then who is to blame when COVID cases and deaths explode, as we have seen in recent months? If you and your operatives can do slick ads and memes about what a great job the doctor is doing, when cases are down, what do we say when cases are up? We warned you about politicizing this pandemic. We warned you that it's insulting to right-thinking Bahamians and that you should stop it. On January 27th, the Prime Minister came into this place and accused the Progressive Liberal Party of advancing a policy of chaos, sickness, suffering, and death, because we did not support an extension of emergency powers that would have and should have been and could have been replaced by ordinary legislation. It was a despicable thing to say, by the way. COVID has killed many throughout the political spectrum and has been no respecter of politics. None of us wish that on anyone. What a difference a few months made. On January 27th, the Prime Minister said in this place, if there were no emergency orders, we could not mandate the wearing of masks and other life-saving measures. He added, if there were no emergency measures, then everyone could have mass gatherings, such as large parties and huge weddings. Crowded clubs could be packed with people face to face all day. But yet, the global COVID index, with methodology endorsed by the WHO, ranks the Bahamas 179th out of 180 countries. Dead last in the region, Jamaica is 97th, Haiti is 98, St. Kitts is 79, and Barbados is 38, but the Bahamas, 179th. Coincidentally, according to our world in data, the Bahamas is amongst the lowest vaccinated populations in the Caribbean, with only 3 countries behind us. Yet you stated publicly that you wanted the state of emergency to end on Friday. What was the plan for mask mandates then, since you had no legislation in place? And tell me, when the state of emergency ends, as you claim it will in November, will we have mask mandates and other life-saving measures? And tell me, when the state of emergency ends, as you claim it will in November, will everybody now be allowed to have mass gatherings and huge weddings and crowds and clubs packed with people face to face all night? Or was that all just nonsense? Was it a cop-out from doing the work of legislators and legislating? And were you then advancing policies of chaos, sickness, and death by having nothing in place had the state of emergency ended this Friday? The Attorney General said in the other place that you had to have the state of emergency to implement curfews and other things. We told you otherwise. Now, almost 2 years in, you seem to have had a come to Jesus moment when you finally laid yesterday, you brought the Public Health Emergency Preparedness and Management Bill 2021. You tabled it. This draft ordinary legislation proposes to cover curfews and social gatherings like weddings and control businesses like nightclubs. We told you so 19 months ago. And you said in response that we essentially wanted people to die. By the way, we are still opposed to the Prime Minister being the sole competent authority with ultimate say. We will no doubt debate this point in detail when the new bill is finally debated. We contend that this competent authority thing was always about control. The Prime Minister wanted to be seen as being in control and being strong and wise. He wanted to be the hero of the pandemic. But it has only exposed his poor leadership, and the propensity to play political games. You saw the play. Draw a big F&M odds at the Prime Minister's face about how good leadership led to numbers falling. Campaign while the cases rose dramatically. Campaign while the hospitals filled back up. Tell people to party on if they're vaccinated when there was no conclusive science to show vaccinated people could not still catch and transmit COVID-19. In my humble opinion, both the Minister of Health and the Prime Minister misrepresented what it means to be vaccinated. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Pan American Health Organization Director, Carissa Etienne, stressed in April that vaccines alone would not end the pandemic for the Caribbean, as there were not enough vaccines available to us to inoculate everyone who wished to be inoculated. Yet, you still let fully vaccinated travelers arrive here without COVID tests. Of course, you reverse that now that we conclusively know that vaccinated people can transmit COVID just as easy as the unvaccinated. But we should have erred on the side of caution. The next play was to tell people we'd have herd immunity by summer. Then you told people that the pandemic was over for the vaccinated. Remember that? And then PAHO politely corrected you in stating that until the pandemic is over for everyone, it is over for no one. The play after that was to tell people to register to vote after joining this house for 3 months. Then the play was to say the state of emergency would end on August 13th, again with nothing in place to keep health protocols legally instituted. Then the play was to tell all the candidates that an election was imminent. I hear you were going this month, but you changed the play. But now you're all played out. And the Bahamian people are tired of you playing with them. So whether you call it next month or February or March or May, the Bahamian people already know what they plan to do. And let's not forget, your original play was to promise fixed dates for election. So the Bahamian people are just waiting because they know that this minute's administration is all played out. I'm reliably informed, Mr. Speaker, that the F&M and its surrogates are spending over $1 million a month in campaign ads, much of it on despicable and condemnable attacks on the PLP and the leader in particular. Perhaps you could have made a goodwill gesture. You could have spent that money on a public education campaign about vaccines and the dangers of COVID, but you wanted to play. And now, after all these months, you come to realize we are in a crisis. Now, after all these many months, you seek to build hospital capacity. You seek to hire nurses and doctors who wanted to help all along, and they've been complaining that they couldn't get hired. And after all these months, testing is still not free for those in the public who believe that they may have been exposed. And it is expensive and not accessible enough throughout the Bahamas. You implement the requirements for travel in many of the family islands, including Exuma, when it takes an inordinate amount of time to get a result, and it costs $300+ to do so. That's for PCR tests. You still have not resolved the logistical hurdles. You still haven't revealed the specifics of your current contact tracing and the locations of clusters. And after all these months, we still don't know exactly where all the pandemic money gone. We're given generalities and fiscal snapshots, but we want specifics since normal procurement procedures were suspended. If you read the Office of the Auditor General's report on the IMF disbursement of $250 million that the leader of the opposition referred, it addresses the COVID-19 pandemic spending, was tabled in the House yesterday. You would note that the government of the Bahamas has failed to disclose the beneficial owners of vendors the government paid at least $60 million to. This after the Governor General notes procurement processes were relaxed due to the unprecedented nature of the pandemic. The Auditor General said he got a list of suppliers and works and services, but not the beneficial owners. He said that list is still pending. Perhaps we will only get it once the new administration discloses it. And we will. And even though it is not a legal requirement of procurement process, the Auditor General notes that the same IMF we borrowed this money from states that knowing who ultimately owns companies is a key piece of data that allows governments and citizens to check that money is going where it was intended to go. In any event, since the Auditor General was provided with a list of suppliers and works and services, maybe you can bring that same list and lay it on the table of the House. After all, it was the people's money you spent. We would also like to know how much was spent on what and who got the money, as is required by Section 10.2, I believe, of the Emergency Powers Act. You were obligated to report under the law, and you did not. Sure. Small wonder that the recent U.S. Investment Climate Report on the Bahamas said that this country is not doing enough to change perceptions of corruption. The report said the procurement process also remains susceptible to corruption, as it contains no requirement to engage in open public tenders. In fact, according to Transparency International's 2020 Corruption Perceptions Index, the Bahamas ranked 30 out of 180 countries with a score of 63 out of 100. This is a drop over the previous 2 years. And it's worse than it was
That means they became more corrupt.
when the PLP left office. The Corruption Perception Index, according to Transparency International, has gotten worse under the Minister administration
No, they ain't called the shingle.
led by the member for Kalani. All this talk of transparency and openness, and the constitutionally appointed Auditor General can't get the details on who owned the companies that got the pandemic money. And by the way, I talked about the Fiscal Responsibility Council's report being due here on March 31st. Well, what do we do? We've done it again, Mr. Speaker. The Fiscal Responsibility Act calls for the council to report by July 31st and lay that report on the table of Parliament. And yet we're here and still no report, Mr. Speaker. You talk about transparency and accountability, and then you make laws that you don't follow. In a word, this is simply shameful. And speaking about shameful, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the member for Kalani gave a glowing and appropriate tribute to the Most Honorable A.D. Hanna. At the end of that presentation, he made the Parliament believe that it was his administration who recommended and advanced that the likeness of the Most Honorable A.D. Hanna be placed on the $100 bill. Only to be followed by a statement from the central bank itself that indicated that this process has been going on for 5 years, or more than 5 years, from 2016. And you know, the Minister administration was not in power in 2016. So the question is, did the member for Kalani knowingly and willfully and dishonestly mislead this Parliament? And if he did, Mr. Speaker, will he be brought to suffer the appropriate consequences of misleading this Parliament, Mr. Speaker? This is a very serious issue, and this is about the member for Kalani, who knowingly and willfully and disrespectfully misled this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So we have to learn to live with COVID. And I hear the heckling on the other side. You're welcome to stand on a point of order if you will. But I've suggested that the member for Kalani misled this House. That's the point I'm making. So we move on, and we must learn to live with COVID. Member for Kalani has said that. We've all said that. And we know that better days ahead. It takes a government that is intentional and humble to lead well in a crisis, to offer free and mass testing, to implement robust contact tracing, to implement aggressive public education on COVID trends and vaccines, to allow the private sector to participate in the entire vaccination process from the very beginning, where Bahamians would have been able to access any brand of vaccines they wish, as we can in Florida for a fee. That's what the PLP government would have advanced. To fortify, and Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, I had a heckling, but I am advised by responsible companies in the private sector that they did have access.
They did not get it. They cannot get it.
The next point I will make
They were offered.
is that you missed an opportunity, in my view,
In January, you could have gotten it.
to fortify healthcare facilities, specifically as it relates to the Exuma healthcare facility. And I would imagine the same thing applies to the mini hospital in Abaco. That's what North Abaco should be speaking to. We missed an opportunity. The facilities are large, they have capacity, but they're woefully under-resourced. But yet we're flying out patients several times a week to Nassau, where the hospitals are crowded. We missed an opportunity to press the reset button to fully resource the Exuma healthcare facility and perhaps the Abaco healthcare facility. And that's what the PLP administration would have done. We would have fixed the air condition as well in the Exuma facility. That's been out now for more than perhaps 6 months. We would have fixed that too. It's most unsanitary. It's most uncomfortable. I've raised it privately with the Minister of Health, and now I raise it publicly because enough is simply enough, Mr. Speaker. But it's not only the government that has a role to play. Living safely with COVID also requires personal responsibility. So we ask you to wear your mask when you're supposed to. We want you to refrain from large social gatherings. We want you to sanitize and wash your hands. And we want you to be mindful that the Delta variant is almost surely here, and it is much more transmissible. And I ask you to consult your physicians and get vaccinated if it's right for you. Not so that you can party on, but so that you can reduce your risk of severe sickness and death. We pray for our fellow Bahamians who have gotten sick, and we pray for the families and the souls of those who died. And we pray for the many who have lost friends and loved ones to this scourge. And we pray to God for the health and welfare of our nation. And I want to say to all Bahamians, you've had to take, and you must continue to take COVID-19 seriously. Even if you were doing so all along and perhaps feel a little fatigue, vigilance is still required. We ask, once again, the people of Exuma and Ragged Island and Bahamians everywhere to settle yourself and hunker down for the long haul of what we face. And let us live with COVID in a responsible, practical manner. Because unlike some in this place who apparently like to play, I know definitively that this is not a game. So may God bless and protect the people of Exumas and Ragged Island, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words today. I must admit that I was not on the schedule to speak. And I have some brief sketchy notes that I want to say a few things from because of how some of the comments have been made in this debate. Please indulge me, Mr. Speaker, to begin by offering condolences, my sincere condolences, to the member of Anglican on the death of her father. He was also a father to this nation, a man of, as we have all indicated, a man of humble beginnings, served our country at the highest level, and who stood on principle when he had to. He stood on principle. Also offer condolences to the member for Central Grand Bahama. I call him my little brother, the passing of his mother. And I know how much that hurt. Speaker, I also offer condolences to the Most Honorable Maurice Moore on the passing of his wife, Sandra. Mr. Speaker, every time I spoke in this place, I would get a note from Sandra Moore. Every single time. She used to sit at home and watch Parliament religiously. And she'd be able to send you notes and encourage you and support you. I'm certainly going to miss her. She's a true supporter and someone who really, really cared about the house. Speaker, I also want to commend our Olympians, as we all do, who went into Japan, represented our country well, and shown once again that the Bahamians compete at any level in the world and compete to the highest standards. Finally, sir, in the introductory comments, I want to thank the people of Carmichael for encouraging me, supporting me throughout the years. And I want to say to the people of Carmichael and to the Bahamian people that this debate that we're having today, even though it's short, even though it's a one-day debate, it's probably one of the most important debates that we've ever had in this Parliament. See, Mr. Speaker, Bahamian lives at stake. Let's appreciate that. The lives of our neighbors are at stake. The lives of those police officers who are here to protect us. They're at stake. The lives of our co-workers, the lives of our friends, Speaker, and for those who are irresponsible and go home after not observing the appropriate safety measures, the lives of our children and our family members at stake. It is too important for us to trivialize this debate. So I heard any number of comments that were made by members opposite this morning. The important thing for all of us to remember is that we were facing a novel coronavirus. There was no playbook. I've heard many doctors, when this virus hit us, when this virus hit the world, I listened to many doctors, and they had all kinds of things to say. They were doing their best based on their medical knowledge, their training, their research. They were very sincere. But in so many cases, they were wrong. We don't say come out and get rid of the doctors because they were wrong. They did their best. They gave us the best possible advice that they could from what they knew at the time. So too, we, Mr. Speaker, as a government, we didn't have a playbook. But this government did the best that it could in the circumstances. And this government has done a fantastic job for the Bahamian people. Speaker, the whole world had to learn a number of things. The world had to learn about face masking. You know, I remember sitting down in my house and I watched on CNN and I watched what was happening. And first, I think it was Madrid in Spain. People who were dying.
It was. In Italy.
And then Lombardy in Italy, which is one of the richest regions in the world. And then I watched what was happening in New York. And it was just circling the world, Mr. Speaker. All of us did that. All of us sat down and we watched. We watched in awe and we watched in fear. Yeah. Because none of us could imagine what was going on with all of these deaths. So we had to learn about face masking. We had to learn about this universal hand sanitizer. It's the first time in my life, Mr. Speaker, I've been carrying hand sanitizers around in my jacket pocket every day. Many of my colleagues too. We had to stop shaking hands. And you know, as much as Bahamians like to, when you see somebody, grab them and hug them, we had to stop doing that, Mr. Speaker. We had to stop doing all of these things and we had to relearn how to conduct ourselves socially. We had to learn about distancing and quarantine. Mr. Speaker, when we thought we knew what the challenge was, the world was impacted by a number of variants. And what the doctors say to us is that you vaccinate or it mutates. They say something like that. And so people all over the world, and particularly in poorer countries who could not get vaccines, they saw these mutations in different places. And I believe this Delta variant, they said, started in India. And they have other variants, as the Prime Minister indicated this morning, Lambda variant, and I think in South America. And they have variants coming up all over the place. There are people don't have the vaccine.
I'm being screened now.
Can't vaccinate, and different strains develop. I'm not the medical doctor. And if I'm wrong on that, I'm sure that I'll be corrected. But that's my understanding. But Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we know that the vaccine makes a difference. The Prime Minister has announced now that we are able to get the vaccines that we need. And I've heard people talk about this one offering the vaccine and that one offering a vaccine and the next. Take it from me, Zuma. Take it from me, Cat Island. Those persons could not offer the vaccines that this country needed. If this country needed a certain level of certification for anything that we were putting in the arms of the Bahamian people.
Custody.
There were a number of things that had to be done, could not be verified. And we kept the Bahamian people safe by ensuring that we were able as a country to get probably the best vaccine out there. AstraZeneca vaccine. Probably the best vaccine that you can find out there now.
used by
Mr. Speaker.
166 countries.
Speaker, I think that over the last few days, in 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, I've seen a bouncing back of the Bahamian spirit.
From Atlanta.
I've seen a renewed enthusiasm among Bahamians. I've seen businesses reopening. Walking down Bay Street, I'm seeing more doors open. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, that by the 10th of May next year, the Prime Minister has to call an election. Again. But I had an experience over lunch, Mr. Speaker, that I had to share with you. And I was speaking about this optimism among Bahamians and this spirit of Bahamians that I see among Bahamians. I had lunch at a new Bahamian restaurant. It is a restaurant, Mr. Speaker, in East Street South that is started by some Bahamian entrepreneurs. And it's called BASK, B-A-S-K. And I'll tell you what. They have free burgers, and Exome, you need to listen to this because this tells you what's going to happen by May 10th next year. They have free burgers there. They have a Papa burger. They have a Perry Shuffle burger. But the burger, Mr. Speaker, that is the overwhelming biggest seller that they have is the Rock and Dog burger. That's the one that sells. Speaker, that's the burger that the Bahamian people love. And you could, if you don't believe me, you could go right on East Street South now, and you could go to Bass and try the Rock and Dog burger because they got it right there. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just quickly. Speaker, what the opposition did this morning and this afternoon is so unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
Because instead of joining with the government and saying, we're going to work with you, and perhaps you made mistakes like the rest of the world. The United States made mistakes. All the European countries made mistakes. But we're going to join with you and we're going to work with you as a government. But you know what? They sought to apportion blame. And the member of Exoma said, who is to blame when COVID cases explode? That was the second part. Yeah, I'm going to the blame part. Because you were wrong to blame, Mr. Speaker. I quoted you right. But I don't owe you any debt to quote everything you said.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, this opposition in this parliament was the most irresponsible opposition, the most shameful opposition we've seen. Who's to blame, Mr. Speaker? Let me tell you who's to blame. The government enacted physical distancing protocols. We brought a resolution here that said every person shall practice physical distancing between himself and others who are not in the same household of not less than 6 feet whenever he's away from his residence. They came to this parliament and they unashamedly voted against that. That's what they voted against. They voted against it. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government came here, the Emergency Pandemic Recovery Order, Rules 5. Every person who leaves his residence shall, while away from his residence, wear a face mask which fits securely on his face, covering his nose and mouth. Exoma voted against that.
Voted against it.
Mr. Speaker.
Voted against it.
They voted against that. They voted against it. Mr. Speaker. Number 6, requirement to sanitize. Every establishment shall provide a hand sanitizing station at every entry to that establishment. Ensure that every person who enters sanitizes his hands. regularly sanitize the premises provided that such sanitizing is done no less than twice a day, and sanitize the premises, equipment, and furniture in accordance with the applicable protocols. They voted against that, Mr. Speaker. Right here. Right here. Right here in this place.
The chair recognizes the member for Exumas and Ragged Island on a point of order.
Member for Carmichael is trivializing this matter. And he knows it, Mr. Speaker. We have articulated that we have voted against. We were voted against. We were voted against the competent authority being the sole who held by the Prime Minister. We voted against an ongoing, unending state of emergency order. We voted against the incompetence of this government and their inability to bring ordinary legislation. That's what we voted against, Mr. Speaker. So if the member for Carmichael wishes to go down all of the clauses, I will withdraw this point of order. But if he continues to cherry pick, Mr. Speaker, if he continues to cherry pick, I will stand again, Mr. Speaker.
You vote against it or not?
You know, Mr. Speaker, Exuma shows how he was going to use his 30 minutes. Yeah. I'm going to choose how I use my 30 minutes. And unfortunately, if the truth hurts him, if Mr. Speaker, if the member for Exuma said that I'm not telling the truth, if he says I'm not telling the truth, then I will sit. But if as long as I'm telling the truth, Exuma, in this place, you voted against it. Okay? Speaker, 13. The National Food Distribution Task Force shall be permitted to carry out the National Food Distribution Program. Be permitted to distribute food and provide the Commissioner of Police with a list of employees engaged in the distribution of food. The National Food Task Force may operate for the packaging of food on Saturday and Sunday between the hours.
Voted against that one though.
Exuma voted against it. Voted against it.
What do you vote against?
Voted against it.
The food?
Yes.
What?
Food for poor Bahamians, Mr. Speaker. Stood up here and voted against it. Mr. Speaker.
They voted against food, they voted against rent.
Validity of RT-PCR tests. The results of a RT-PCR test shall be valid for a period of 5 days from the date of which the test was taken. Results of the test, RT-PCR test, be taken for the purpose of Order 24 shall be valid for a period of 7 days, etc. Speaker, again. It's almost consistent.
He's the only one in there. He's all the next name now. He's the only one here.
They vote against that?
He voted against it.
Exuma, they abandoned you in these times.
Speaker. Speaker.
They abandoned you in these times.
Quarantine, Mr. Speaker. Quarantine. A person required to submit to mandatory quarantine must do so at a government identified facility or any other appropriate facility as determined by the Ministry of Health at its own expense for a period of 14 days for duration of stay of less. Speaker, Exuma. Voted against that? Voted against it. Voted against it. Speaker. Speaker. Speaker, I could go through the order. I could go through it, but I think the point has been made. The point is that it is wrong to come here and do what they did. They voted against all of these health protection measures. They have indicated, Mr. Speaker, that they're not going to support this extension. This extension, Mr. Speaker, has the same types of rules. Mandatory face masking. Requirements to sanitize. Speaker. Physical distancing protocols. And they will leave here tonight voting against those things again. The Speaker. Stand up and say you can vote for them. Stand up and say that you're going to vote for the physical distancing protocols in order. That you're going to vote for the requirement to sanitize. that you're gonna vote for the mandatory masking. The Speaker,
Exuma, you left bread for you again?
the Speaker,
You're supposed to run again.
Speaker, I promise to be short, and I'm gonna be short. But it's very important. It's very important for all of us to appreciate that. It's important for us to appreciate that you cannot come in this parliament and say one thing and then vote against safety measures for Bahamians. So Speaker, I'm gonna close with two short remarks. I'm gonna close by encouraging all Bahamians to vaccinate. Speaker, when we started this journey with COVID, our Prime Minister encouraged all of our candidates to vaccinate. I believe that all of our candidates were vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. All of the three national movement candidates. I want Bahamians to know that when our candidates come to your homes, they are vaccinated. You can let them in, Mr. Speaker. They are vaccinated. Every FNM candidate that I know is vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. Everyone that I know. And not one would be so bold as to go in the newspaper and say that he will not vaccinate. Speaker,
I wonder who that is.
Speaker, I'm going to say to Bahamian people, if anyone comes between now and May 10th to your house, to ask to indicate that they want to represent you, ask them to show them the card so that they could feel some level of comfort that they're vaccinated. Speaker, the Bahamian voters are smart people. They're not going to expose their children to how people come in their homes who are not vaccinated. And the card is evidence of your vaccination. The card isn't evidence that they may not get COVID, because they may. And I'm sure that the member for Elizabeth, when he speaks, will speak about some of those things. But it provides some safety. It provides safety that if you, I think the figure is 99.999% of the people who've been hospitalized died since these vaccinations came about, unvaccinated people. So there's 0.0001% of the vaccinated people are being hospitalized and dying from COVID. So, Mr. Speaker, we have laid the draft legislation now, and that draft legislation is there for every Bahamian who's interested to look at. It's there for consultation. That's why it's there. We want the opposition to come forward with their suggestions as to how we can make it better. Mr. Speaker, we want all Bahamians to look at it and see how we can make it better. That legislation has come after we've come a long way, after we've been able to ensure that we are going to have the vaccines in this country that we need. And the Prime Minister has now indicated that we are going to be in that position. I want to encourage everybody to vaccinate. When you see my team on the street, Carmichael, we didn't walk last week. We deliberately, when the cases went up, we deliberately did not walk. Did not go in anybody's home. But when you see my people on the streets in Carmichael, every one of them has 2 vaccines. Everyone is vaccinated. So, Mr. Speaker, we shall see whether the opposition stands tonight with these safety measures. We shall see whether they stand with physical distancing. We shall see whether they stand with mask wearing. We shall see whether they stand with sanitization. Mr. Speaker, Carmichael supports the resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Speaker,
Chair recognizes
the member.
Member for Exuma.
Thank you, Mr.
Is it a
Speaker.
point raised on your speech?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The member for Carmichael called Exuma many times, and I do not want the record to be misunderstood. The Progressive Liberal Party, the leadership of the Progressive Liberal Party, supports vaccines. We've said so. We support all sensible measures to protect Bahamians and to control COVID. We do not support the sole competent authority, and we do not support that we are extending this when the AG himself said there could have been and ought to have been ordinary legislation. And that's the point we make, and we are emphatic on the point we take and the position we take. So I do not wish for anyone to misunderstand the position of the leader and the position of the opposition in this matter. And we will vote against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mango Key, South and Central Andrews.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, since the hour is getting a little late, and I happen to be in one of those constituencies that doesn't have cable broadcast at the extent that we have in the Aglomas and the North Abaco area, I would like to hasten and maybe ask the member for Western and Bimini to ask that the national broadcast entity would allow some good time for the good member for Mango Key, South and Central Andrews to have some airtime, since I spent all of my formative years at the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commence my representation by extending condolences and also hearty get well wishes to first to the good member for Central Grand Bahama on the passing of his mother, the Honorable Iram Lewis, and to members of the Joseph Johnson family of Smithville, South Andrews, my birthplace, on the passing of Brother Johnson. We extend condolences to the family of the late Eureka McKinney of the Bluff, South Andrews, especially to my classmate Barbara and the entire McKinney clan and McKinney Hill in the Bluff. My parliamentary colleague, the Honorable Dennis Hanna Martin, on the passing of her father, noble patriot, giant for Bahamianization and also the empowerment of the everyday Bahamian, the Honorable A.D. Hanna, and also served as former Deputy Prime Minister, Member of Parliament, and also Governor General of our fair Bahama land. To His Excellency Maurice Moore, on the passing of his wife, our thoughts and our prayers are with you, and also to Mother Coakley over there in beautiful Cargill Creek, Andhra, and the tragic passing of her son. Our thoughts and our prayers are with you. Thanks, Mother Coakley, for your prayers always at the Church of God there in beautiful Cargill Creek, and also to the family of the late Miss Esther Cargill of Small Hope, where I plan to join in if all goes well at the homegoing ceremony and maybe at the gravesite in Small Hope, Andhra, also the late Bill Adley. And like I heard the member for Garden Hills mentioned earlier, the late Sabrina Wright, my good friend, the National Flag Carrier Bahamas there, husband Bertie, and all the folks of Black Point in particular. Get well soon also for the Honorable Cynthia Mother Pratt, former Deputy Prime Minister. Mother Pratt, we're praying for you. And also for my good friend and confidant, who served for many years as my chairman, Mr. Joel Ramming of Johnson Bay, South Andrews, who was recently airlifted. Joe, our thoughts and our prayers are with you and your family. And also for Geraldine Mackey of Bowensong, Andrews, the late Kwame Mackey's daughter. Our thoughts and our prayers are with all those this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commence my brief presentation by thanking the nurses and doctors and also the ancillary staff and health caregivers in the communities of Central, South, and Mango Key, Andros, as we this afternoon discuss the resolution to the extension of the Emergency Orders Act 2021. The COVID-19 pandemic is a challenge countries around the world this afternoon are still grappling with. 2021 is the year that sees the Bahamas, like other member states of the global community, grappling with its economic, social, and the cost of living and food procurement impact. As of today, An estimated 100 million people have contracted the virus worldwide, and over 2.2 million have died from the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, the global economic shock is now reaching some 3.5%. It would have reached that percentage last year, pardon me, which represents the most challenging global recession since World War II. It was good news to hear, Mr. Speaker, earlier this morning, Member for Kalani noting the fact that we would be seeing new doses arriving in the Bahamas en masse as early as tomorrow. COVID-19, I note, though, has pushed an additional 88 to 115 million people around the world into extreme poverty. There's another 83 to 132 million persons worldwide, according to the State of Nutrition and Food Security in their report for 2020, into what they call survival mode, or just above the global misery index. Without assistance, low-income, developing, and small island states are and would remain vulnerable. They're already vulnerable to exogenous shocks due to their limited resources and weak institutional capacity to support their economies in the face of these shocks, Mr. Speaker. It is time for our country to take a real strong look at an increased and improved basic food production that would create jobs and meaningful opportunities, especially for family island communities. As we have seen the ravages and the impact of this pandemic being meted out to us in no small way, especially in family islands. We might need to take another look at the Abacos and those closed farmlands. Expand the farming potential of Andros, North and Central and South. Maybe take another glance at the Lutra poultry farms left vacant and bare in beautiful Hatchet Bay. The Bahamas must now, Mr. Speaker, redouble its effort in ensuring farmers can have access and packing houses being re-engineered, given various incentives so that they can farm, and some financial assistance and digital information being afforded to the younger professional farmers so that we can attract these people to the industry and we can see a new stream of growth and development in our fair land. Annually, Mr. Speaker, we strain $3 to $4 billion on consumer products, especially in the South Florida market. We need to redress our national mindset. We must once again reinvigorate the Buy Bahamian campaign that Leslie O. Miller, former member of Parliament, and others started some many years ago while I was still on the radio broadcasting. But here we are today, still grappling with these issues. I must note the fact that our people must become compliant with and respect, the protocol for the COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, in our country, such as social distancing and crowd and gathering control protocols. In our country, we still want to go to church in the main lodge, funerals. Some want to even have drunken practice when they want to, party, drink up, hang out, visit family and friends, when we know some of us would have been reckless. Wearing no mask, not washing their hands as prescribed. Still go and visit their grandmother or elderly mother or father or some relatives or friends. I would like to say a special thank you to my good friend Ross Pinder and his wife Debbie over there in Seabury, who remind me daily to continue to be vigilant, to take care, because they want me to and my family members to be around for many years to come. Thank you very much for your assistance. I'm most grateful. As I go quickly to my constituency, there's a question that keeps on coming up in my mind, Mr. Speaker, as I heard the announcements by the good member and most honorable member for Kalani about the Pfizer, and I would have taken the AstraZeneca, and I've gotten my vaccination, and I'm fully vaccinated, and I have my card in my pocket to show. Johnson & Johnson. But the question that kept on coming up on my phone is persons ask, who is going to get the Pfizer? Remember, for Bamboo Town, we need to speak to these issues with some level of clarity. Who would be the recipients of the Johnson & Johnson? Which vaccine would be prescribed for younger children? These are the basic questions that people are asking. And also the Pfizer, who's going to get the Pfizer? There are those who have their concerns about the AstraZeneca. I am here and I'm still feeling okay, all things considered. So, you know, everything seems to be partially working. God is a good God. God is good. My God is still able, you know, so I have faith. So, but the fact of the matter is that those questions abound, Bamboo Town. You, my friend, I'll be candid with you. Who's going to get Pfizer? Who's going to get AstraZeneca? Like myself, who is going to get Johnson & Johnson? Matter of fact, there's another issue that concerns me. And I always speak for the family island, from the family island perspective. You all come in here and we speak in these glowing terms, and they tend to be Nassau-centric. But I'm going to speak for that family islander who's listening this afternoon in Bowen Sound, Bearing Point, in Pete's, on Grants and beautiful Mangrove Key, or those, the crew gathered by Norwood Ramming Shop in beautiful Johnson's Bay, or on the L.C. Smith and Mars Bay, listening before they go to the newscast. Trout. I didn't get you? No, give me a second. I'll let you. Yes, I'll phone be on. Well, thank you very kindly. I must note that the main concern for those in the family islands is that of travel and airlift. Persons who are in New Providence, what we call come to town, be it on the Captain Maxey, Western Air, Flamingo Air, what have you. You get to New Providence, and then you have a challenge of getting the PCRT test to get back to the family island. Then the cost is another issue. But the challenge is really that of airlift as a family island representative. And I cannot help but note the concern. If you are not an elderly person, and I don't think I would not be disparaging in any way to the local medical staff or the doctors that have been assigned to the family island districts. But the fact of the matter is that if you're a young professional working at a government entity, and your husband or your wife, you're in your 40s, for example, feel like something is wrong, and they're concerned. Years ago, Southern Shores, those persons could have gone to the Congo Town International Airport or Clarence A. Bain or Andros Town Airport and call either Glenn Pratt or Warren Munnings or Cardi Newton or somebody and get a charter to town to come and take their family members to doctors or the PMH. Today, and you could have paid $600 to $800 airlifted on a 5-seater Navajo, what have you, aircraft. Today, things are tight in these family island communities, such as mine. I could only speak for my constituency. It's real talk. And then you have to be assigned to be airlifted by the local staff. Now, there could be any number of persons who are sick between the Bluff, High Rock, Congo Town, or some in Mangrove Keys. You and I would have visited together when my good friend Sadie was up there in the Lisbon Creek area. But the fact of the matter is the medical staff has got to make that assessment. But by the same token, I could be a younger person like Reverend Christopher Smith in Mangrove Key who feel my wife should go to town to get further medical attention. Now, I have to find all of this extra money if I want to get her to be elected. I still think the air ambulance service is one that concerns many family island people in a very direct way. The market should be liberated. Behemoths in the family island should not be held hostage to only an air ambulance, and I feel strongly about it this afternoon. Young professionals whose husband and wives are doctors or working in these various government complexes or local government would want to bring their family members to New Providence
who may be running a slight fever, a local flight. But the fact of the matter is now that they would not get reimbursed or get even half of the money back is causing much concern. And I asked Bamboo Tang, as one who hails by way of his lineage out of beautiful Drigson in South Andros, to look at this with passion and to understand the hell, sorry, you can't say hell, I'm a senior member, the concern that my people are expressing in the communities of South, Central, and Mangrove Key Andros. I am glad that I heard members, for those who are watching, especially from Andros Town to Coakley White, I take it with much relief that the good member for Carmichael, my lifelong friend of some 40-odd years, we would have been at Mona together under the soda fountain. And he said, now, I'm looking directly in the camera, so they're all watching me right now with this little time we have left. The contracts will be signed on Friday. God is a good God. For many years, persons have been very concerned about those roads being paved in the communities of South and Central Andros. The member for Carmichael and Deputy Prime Minister has promised we will have the contract signing if God spares life. I want to say thank you, sir, very much. Normally, I felt a little bad and felt slighted by this member when I heard the member for Central and South Eleuthera spoke in such glowing terms. I had almost going to take a coffee break. I said, how could he forget me? He can't do that to me. I mean, all things considered, he's my friend. But I'm glad now that Exumas is being fixed up, Eleuthera is being touched up. My much challenged communities of South and Central Andros are now going to get their road. I want to say thank you, sir, publicly. And I'm one of those people who would do that. I want to thank you publicly, sir. To the member for Garden Hills, engaging persons and now getting them on what we call P&P, who have been on the 52-week program. I want to say thanks to him also for that. That is a overdue process, and I want to say thanks to him and no smaller for making it possible. Member for Kalani, I don't see the member for South Beach here. Schools are about to reopen, and persons are mothers and parents and guardians in the family islands are very concerned. Persons have been gone as far as asking me what they should do about uniforms. Been a rough year. North Abaco, my good friend, didn't go through all these challenges. They got little residuals in North Abaco. We ain't got the same. Crab didn't walk very good this year. That's the reality. Now the boys are having little challenges, even getting their boats ready for the crawfish season. Now we're getting ready for the crawfish season. We're getting ready now for pigeon shooting. And then also, the time for the bone fishing season. So our people need little assistance, Kalani. So I would want you, sir, with those two able men of Andros and yourself who are all attached to the community of Andros, with all of its challenges, to look at lending our small businessmen some assistance in a very direct way. And don't let them go through all this bureaucracy got to go online and bring this to town and come back and forth and ask this one. Make the process for people like Nathaniel Lowe's and Raleigh Smith and Mars Bay pretty deliberate and very easy and acceptable for Family Island young men. So we must do that. Mr. Speaker, I must say that before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, the main concern I have is that unlike you who know what happened in Inagua, you have your direct boats that comes from Miami and Boston from the U.S. directly to Inagua. We don't have the same happening in South Andros. You have to come into Nassau. You have to go to Avon or to the Chinese or somewhere else. And then you have to go to the Captain Moxie, then send it to Andros, then you have to get someone to take it to your community. Food cost and price in the Bahamas is a major concern. Every week you go to the food store, the prices are changing. That is not good, Mr. Speaker. I didn't come in here to attack, but people are concerned. You go to the food store with $100 these days. And virtually, as a matter of fact, one time ago, the bag is making you feel like you got plenty, now you can put it in your hand, so it's even smaller. So, Mr. Speaker, someone has got to, I'm asking the member for Kalani to please have a real vigilant watchdog. I know these are tough times in food production and procurement in North America, even is a major concern. But you can imagine family island communities, what they're facing. Gas prices are going up, 5-something in New Providence. You can imagine gas costing almost $8 in these family islands, $8 and $9 in these family islands. Mr. Speaker, this is real. So we have got to find a way to buffer family island. This $9, remember, for Mike Allen saying in Ackland. This is real. We've got to be careful with this process and guard and protect family island communities. I would want to say to the member for Bamboo Town, persons in my family island community who listen primarily to the means of radio would like me hopefully to return your press refrain. Don't mind what the people in New Providence may take for granted. Family island people depend on the national station and information imparted by healthcare professionals in New Providence. It also dispel all the myths and the concerns and misinformation, and also the suppression of good information. Your press conferences, I've gotten that request on them from a number of persons. Your press conferences should be returned. And no matter what people say, no matter what they say about how many hits it's getting, the fact of the matter is persons want to hear good and timely information from real healthcare professionals. If it's not there, the void is there. Misinformation is going to fill the void, and therefore you're going to have all this skepticism and all this pessimism that would abound. That's all I say to you. Mr. Speaker, to all Bahamians and sundry, let's protect ourselves, our family, friends, and associates. Let's be safe. Save lives. Let's be cautious. Get vaccinated to protect yourself and also your family members. If you're in Ludlow Street, Peter Street, McQuay Street, Imperial Park, Lightfoot Key, if you are in Twynham Heights, Westwood, East or West or North, Seabreeze, Elizabeth Estates, wherever you are. If you're in Inagua, Crooked Island, Andros, Bimini, wherever you are. When the vaccination process comes to your community, please be wise. I would want to say immunize, but I want you to say, do not be too late. Please vaccinate. Let's do it. It's your choice, though. Like the good book says, God has given us free will, free choice. I don't think anyone, you heard from the leader of the opposition, from the member for Kalani, no one is demanding that you take the vaccine. But the fact of the matter is, when you look at the process and the possibility of you being stricken in a very direct way, more impactful way by the COVID-19 pandemic, you've got to make a decision for you, and especially men who are leaders of households. You got to, sometimes it's good to act tough. And I've heard some testimonials via WhatsApp and on Facebook. It moves any man, no matter how strong he or she might, how strong he might be. I would want you to say, I'd want you to think twice and to get vaccinated if you have any concern. Evaluate, assess information, seek professional advice, and not necessarily follow political rhetoric. I'm saying to all and sundry, please, before it's too late, vaccinate. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, with those brief words, I take my seat on behalf of the great people of Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros. We look forward to having a special day on Friday with the signing of the contract for our roads of South and Central Andros, the opening of the largest gymnasium in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, a 21st century gymnasium, potable water running from Drakesill to Mars Bay like rivers of water down in the days of Babylon, having our docks upgraded, a clinic done in Mangrove Key, getting all of our docks and our 21st century seawalls and beautiful Mangrove Key and all our harbors done. I want to say, in no small way, I'm grateful, and our people are looking forward to better days in the community of beautiful South, Central, and Mangrove Key, Andros. Mr. Speaker, there's something called the political whip, I as a senior man, I know how to follow political protocol. I would simply say at this time, with your indulgence, I'm grateful to you for this opportunity. I would further consult with my team, and we'll make a decision before this evening is out. You've heard from my leader, and we will make a decision this evening to do the right thing for the Bahamian people. Once again, I say to everybody, vaccinate, and let's continue to move on and build a better and healthier Bahamas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for North Eleuthera.
Speaker, I take a pleasure in standing here this afternoon and speaking on behalf of the people of North Eleuthera with reference to this resolution. Initially, Mr. Speaker, I had not intended to speak on this, but as I begin to think and realize the importance of what this means going forward, I felt very, very necessary to lend my thoughts to this process. But first, Mr. Speaker, the Death Angel has been very busy in Eleuthera. My colleague from Central South spoke of the numerous persons who had passed. We too have had huge numbers here in North Eleuthera. And so I'd like to convey condolences to the family of Geneva Kelly, Mr. Richard Johnson, Fresnel, the husband of my good friend Donna from the Bog, Patrick Neely, Richard Neely, Arlington Cash, Josetta Barr, a longtime friend of mine, Mr. Caleb Pettikin, Mrs. Wendy Woods, and also, I'd also like to speak to two very, very significant persons who had an impact on my life. And that is Miss Sandra Moore, wife of the Honorable Maurice Moore. I first met Ms. Moore in 1986 when I was living in Freeport. I just recently moved to Freeport, and she kind of took me under her wings as a mother away from home. And she was very special. And she made sure that if I came by on Sunday, I got a home-cooked meal. And you know, Family Island food is good. But when you got it from people that cared about you, it's even more special. And I became very, very close to the Moore family. At that time, I served as president of the Torchbearers Association for Grand Bahama. And Maurice Moore, who was a giant and legendary figure in the F&M. So I got to interact with him as well. And they had a son, Leslie Moore, who I became taken on like a brother. So the hearing of her death was a very, very sorrowful moment for me. And so I'd really like to convey, I got to speak to, in fact, last week when traveling back to Eleuthera, I ran into Big Mo and I had an opportunity to personally convey my condolences. But I also want to convey condolences to the family of Mr. Arthur Dion Hanna. I got to meet him in his twilight years. And I say twilight because when I got to be able to interact with him, he was no longer a member of parliament. He later became the Governor General. But I met him through a place that I frequent on Hawkins Hill where we would play dominoes. And I became very friendly with him, and oftentimes we'll sit while I was waiting to play a game and we'll talk, and he'll always impart some of the many things that he was involved with for the furthering of Bahamians in this country of ours. And I always respected him. And I got to feel special when one night we drove to his boat. I can't remember the name of it, but he used to park it under the bridge on Paradise Island. And he loved that boat. And I don't know if it, at that point, I don't know if it ever used to go out. I think it was just a home away from home, because at the time only one engine was running on it. But he loved that boat. And I really got to appreciate the opportunity of interacting with him. And so to the family, I say I extend my condolences, and I thank you for the opportunity for allowing him to play the role that he has played in this country. He will never be forgotten. And he's left his legacy well documented in this country. Mr. Speaker, I now wish to address this resolution that has been brought here. And I know much has been said, because I know we never anticipated being back here continuing this resolution that is brought before us today. Much is being said about how we've handled and managed this pandemic. There are those who are of the view that we have not done a good job at it. I beg to differ. If you, Mr. Speaker, were to view countries all over the world and the manner in which they have dealt with this pandemic, you would see it changing almost daily. Countries that were being hailed as doing a stellar job and people were praising 1 month, the next month, you would see runaway numbers, rising deaths, and rebellious people from steps that were being taken. And I asked myself the question, how is it that today that you think you have this under control, only to find that this virus seems to be playing musical chairs? One day she's hitting you here on this seat, the next day she's hitting you there on another seat. And when you think you have it under control, before your very own eyes, it's attacking you from another angle. This virus, as many would say, cannot be defined in terms like, if you do this, that is going to eradicate it. Now, you may do some things and slow it up. You may do some things to contain it. But to date, we have not been able to stop it. And so when persons try and to politicize this, and persons try to make it sound as if you weren't doing what you're supposed to do, they're being disingenuous. Mr. Speaker, even those institutions that have carriage for telling us or teaching us or directing us how to handle this pandemic, their guidelines have been changing. They too have said, well, you don't need masks if you're doing or operating under this circumstances, or if you're vaccinated, you don't have to worry about this. And now they're coming back and they said, well, you need to get vaccinated, you still need to wear the mask, you still need the social distance, because the virus is ever changing. And while the vaccine that all seems to be in agreement with, while it may not stop you from catching COVID-19, it limits the effect that it would have on you or the level of sickness you will feel. But what is clear, most of the deaths that are related to COVID-19 are persons that have not been vaccinated. Mr. Speaker, I know that a lot of Bahamians are fatigued with a lot of the steps that we have to take. The social distancing, the curfews, because we're the type of people that we love to be on the outside. We love to be involved in social gatherings or social activities. And so it's a difficult thing for us. It's very difficult for us to now find ourselves having to confine ourselves to certain protocols. We don't like it. We're upset about it. And so some of us are rebelling. Sunday night, Mr. Speaker, after attending a meeting, and it was about 8:30 or 9 o'clock, close to 9, I wanted to get something to eat. And it was suggested to me, pass out the Iraqi, you could grab something there quickly. Mr. Speaker, I'll admit to you, for somebody who come from the family island, when I got out there, I couldn't believe the amount of people I saw out there and the manner in which they were engaging. And we're wondering why. And I get it that you're tired and you got to get out and you want your freedom and you feel that the steps that are being taken is infringing on your civil liberties or your rights to do as you please. But we will not get past this until we start to adhere to the protocols. And now what we're being faced with is that you go out, you enjoy yourself, you party, you're having a good time, and then you go home to Grammy. You go home to Uncle. You go home to your auntie, and you carry that virus there. And then reality sets in when they contract COVID. And then they have to go to a hospital that is overfilled, without beds, without enough equipment to handle the overcrowding of that facility or the overwhelming of our health institutions. And then you begin to say, well, why I can't get a bed at Princess Margaret? Why I can't get a bed at Doctors? And then you realize when that loved one dies, then it hits home. And you start to say, I shoulda, coulda, woulda. But that is the reality, is that when we as a people collectively don't do the things that are necessary to combat this pandemic. Nobody wants to stop you from going out there. Nobody wants to stop you from enjoying yourself. But what is needed is that collectively, we as a people must adhere to protocols. Not because we like to, not because we are trying to force you into living a certain lifestyle. And these issues are not unique to the Bahamas. And that's what amazes me. If you hear when some speak that only these problems are here in the Bahamas, that only we seem to be trying to work our way through or guessing, that's not the case. And while in certain statistics have been blown that we rank X, Y, C in the scheme of things in fighting COVID, while you may be able to bring some statistics in that regard, but also bring some other statistics. Like when our curfew was at 10 and then you got other countries in the Caribbean, a lot of them in the Caribbean are dropping their curfew down to 6 p.m. in the evening. So what are you saying? Are you saying that that they, on the one hand, is doing something right, but yet when we have a curfew, you're saying that we're not doing it right? You praise them for one thing and you condemn us for another. And I'm talking like there are times where we talk well about Barbados and then Barbados comes and puts in more stringent measures than us. We'll talk good about Jamaica and then Jamaica will come and put in more stringent measures than us. You talk good about Haiti and then Haiti got a problem where they're blockaded and nobody even want to go to Haiti or nobody want anybody from Haiti to come out. That's the reality. And so, for us to come through this pandemic, it requires all of us. There's no good of us allowing our country to deteriorate so bad, and I'm not suggesting that that is being done, but if it gets to a place where none of us can enjoy it or none of us could benefit it, then we have a problem. Let's get past this. And once we're past it, then we as a people, we could go out and do what we got to do and let the people of the Bahamas decide, well, okay, for the next 5 years, I want you. Or the next 5 years, I don't want you. But for now, it is important for us to get past this. The stench of death is too great in this country today. On my way here this afternoon, a friend of mine called me. Their relative had just died from COVID. Everybody in this country now not just knows somebody who died, but somebody is related to somebody who died. And so it's important, it is very, very important on us to get this under control collectively. And I was so upset when I received another call today, Mr. Speaker. A business house was having a health class, and a health professional was literally ridiculing staff members of that institution for getting vaccinated. And brought up some crazy conspiracy about you now gonna be a guinea pig of Bill Gates. This is what we're fighting against. This is what we're up against. And that is why we have to speak as one voice. That COVID is serious. And the thing about it is, when we put in place these measures, like my friend from Central South Island just say, it affects us on the family island more, Because when we have to travel, it costs us. When people in Nassau normally travel, they're going out vacation, so they got some extra money to do this or to do that. Well, the person from the family island, when they come to Nassau because they have to come to Nassau. If they come to Nassau because they're sick, or they're coming to school, or they're coming for a reason. Ain't no luxury in that. And so the reality of it, there's a hardship. And that PCR test is expensive. But we, the people of the Bahamas, have to understand the only way we can go back to the life we once had is to get past this. If we don't do the things, Mr. Speaker, that the health professionals are telling us to do, we're going to be next. I know the Prime Minister said this the last one, but if it gets so bad and we don't pass the legislation related to the new health bill, we're going to be right back here. Because you're going to have to do something to stop it. And for those people who believe that COVID is some fluke or some myth, wait until it knocks at your door. CNN had on something this morning where they were showing, Mr. Speaker, they had a list of persons that had ridiculed COVID and call it a fluke, a gimmick, or some scam. And they listed the amount of persons while on their deathbed or relatives of those persons who came back and say they are sorry and they hope that their apology now will convince as many persons to take this serious. COVID is real. And I know how you feel sometimes. Sometimes I have to catch myself and fight with this mask to put it on because it is uncomfortable. But then when you measure it to lying in a bed in a hospital, hardly could breathe. I'll take this any day. Mr. Speaker, like I said before, our experiences are not unique. They're not. We are going through the very same things that all of our Caribbean countries are going through. We're going through the very same things that a lot of the leading countries of the world are going through. And some of them are putting in more draconian measures than what we are doing. And even countries that have more vaccinations than, or more of their people that have been vaccinated than we are going through similar problems. It is a work in progress. But Mr. Speaker, we have to continue. And so Mr. Speaker, while the residents of North Eleuthera, those of you who are watching and listening, I want you to embrace what I'm saying this afternoon. Let us enlist all of our thoughts, our powers, our services, and our abilities in combating this COVID-19. A lot of people in North Eleuthera understand the seriousness of this because a lot of them have been touched by COVID through death of loved ones. And we all want to get it passed. I've got persons that call on a daily basis, and the question they're now asking, and I've asked the minister, when are we going to get some vaccines into Eleuthera? I got a call from my good friend Sandra Knowles and her daughter Ashley. They want to know when vaccines are going to come to Eleuthera because they're ready to get their second dose, and some are waiting to get their first dose. And I can tell you, we are not afraid to take the vaccines. And I join in with my good colleague from Central South Andres and say, look here, don't let them all stay in Nassau. Rush asked the family island, we ready to take them because we're ready to get past this. We're ready to live. We're ready to go back to our lives. And so we know that normalcy will only come when we could put this behind us. And then my people and North Eleuthera could enjoy some of the fruits of our labor and what we've done in North Eleuthera. When we could point to some of the accomplishments, but you know, they a little apprehensive now. Yes, we fixed the bridge in Russell Island. Yes, we fixed the roads in Spanish Wells. Yes, we've given the whole of North Eleuthera good water. Yes, we're doing roads in Harbor Island. Yes, we did a clinic in Bluff. Yes, we did a park in Bogue. But to enjoy that, we got to get past COVID. And so I ask all my constituents in North Eleuthera, let's enlist in this army to defeat COVID. And while you may not agree with everything we've done, the one thing I assure you, that what we have done has been in your best interest. That's what we have been trying to do. And that is why I support my administration and the steps that they are taking so that we could put COVID-19 a thing of the past. That we'll be able to talk to our great-grandchildren and say, well, Papa was there and he helped us get past it. And so, Mr. Speaker, let me just say in closing
How many more speakers?
that we understand and we appreciate all that is being done to rectify and to eradicate the problem with COVID that we are experiencing. And so, once again, I'd like to thank the medical professionals who have been working so hard and so diligently. And I can tell you that the ones in North Eleuthera, the vast majority of them, they have been working overtime. We've literally had to turn the clinic in Harbor Island to an hospital. We had persons in there overnight for 2 and 3 days. And so I know they're tired, and I know they want relief. And that is why we have to put this behind us. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm here representing North Eleuthera and saying that we will do whatever it takes to get past this. And so North Eleuthera is here to pass and to agree to this resolution going forward. North Eleuthera rests.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. As many?
To take a break if you would have had another member giving you that opportunity.
I can break at 7 after. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always a privilege to stand in this place to represent the great people of Elizabeth who, on hearing that we were being recalled to this place, understood the significance of today's proceeding. Before I start, Mr. Speaker, let me offer condolences to one of the constituents to the family members of one of the constituents, our deceased Governor General Arthur Dion Hanna, to his family. He, as you know, retired on Hannah Road in the deep recesses of the constituency of Elizabeth. He was a lifelong friend to my father and to my grandmother, who considered him a son. May he rest in peace. Subsequent to my demission of office or resignation as a minister, I went back into the practice of medicine and surgery. Little did I know that life in the Bahamas would change as dramatically as it has. And certainly I don't think any of us, myself included, ever imagined, Mr. Speaker, that COVID-19, novel coronavirus, whatever you want to call it, by whatever name it has gone, would wreak havoc in the world and in the Bahamas the way it has. Just look at the numbers. 200 million infections worldwide, 4.3 million people dead. In the Bahamas, we're approaching 16,000 confirmed cases and a number of people dead. Every single day that I spend in the hospital, I take care of COVID patients. 2 days ago, I would have operated on or done procedures on 5 separate COVID patients. Spoke to families to explain to them that their loved one was going to die. We could do, but there was little chance for survival. And we are watching people die every single day. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we discuss this resolution today, I think the most important thing that we can do as 39 legislators is to express solidarity to the people of this country, that we are prepared to work together to do whatever it takes to get this country safely through this problem. My position as the Member of Parliament for Elizabeth on emergency orders is well known, but that doesn't matter now. What matters now is that we all understand that this country is in deep, deep trouble, that our health system is in deep, deep trouble, that there are no beds in the inn, not just for COVID patients, but for people with other medical problems. The New York Times article this morning ranked the 195 countries in the world in terms of the number of COVID cases per day and the number of deaths per day. So by ranking on the basis of per capita numbers, you are able to equalize the numbers for a country with 300 million, 20 million, 300,000, etc. Today, using the 7-day weighted average, and you can find this in the New York Times, published this morning, the number of cases, 7-day average, in the Bahamas at 33 cases per 100,000, ranks the Bahamas out of 195 countries as number 22 in the world, which means that there are many, many more countries that have far less cases than we do. If you look at that same article and look at the number of deaths from COVID in 195 countries in the world, the Bahamas' 7-day average is number 11 in the world. What am I saying? I am saying that we have a problem. It is a big problem. It is not a problem that we need to be pointing fingers at this one, at that one, at the next one. What we need to be doing is saying that all of us are going to be working together to solve that problem. That is what our people want to hear. Because all day and all night, I am fielding calls about people that want to know, can you find a bed for my mother? Can you find a bed for my father? I have heard some heartbreaking stories over the last week or two. And it indeed, I'm sure it's true that there are many people who have heard similar stories. I was elated to hear the news that was delivered by the Honorable Member Kalani, that the Bahamas will be in receipt of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Pfizer vaccines. Mr. Speaker, I, like many other people, are fully vaccinated. I'm fully vaccinated. But because I happen to spend so much time in the belly of the beast, as it were, I have gone a little bit further. So I have received 2 AstraZeneca shots and 1 Pfizer shot. Now, if you want the medical evidence for that, I'm happy to share it with you. I am not suggesting to those listening to me or to the general public that you need 3 shots. What I am saying, though, is that I am absolutely convinced that vaccination is an integral and important and necessary part of the way forward. If we are going to get out of this mess, then vaccination is going to be a critical part of the way forward. What we now, having received or about to receive so many doses of Pfizer and having so many doses of AstraZeneca and about to receive a number of doses of Johnson & Johnson, is we need to make sure that we work together to get the logistics right, to determine if I want to be vaccinated and I want Pfizer, do I go to Loyola or do I go to St. Anselm's or do I go to Bahama? If I am a 15-year-old school child and I have the approval of my parents who will be bringing me to be vaccinated, where do I go? That way we can avoid all the confusion. But make no bones about it. We are going to have to get it right so that we can ramp up the number of vaccinations that are delivered from 2,000 to 3,000 to 4,000 to 6,000 to 8,000 per day. And that it has to happen in Nassau, in Grand Bahama, in Mangrove Key, in North Eleuthera. And yes, Ashley, I will make sure that you get your vaccination in Spanish Wells. Mr. Speaker, COVID has been a disease unlike any other. Unlike other diseases, it has been brought to the public with tremendous political interference, not just in terms of information being presented, but it has been politicized to the point that political presidential campaigns have been won and lost on the COVID issue. And we have never ever seen so much social media influence on a medical issue, ever in the history of mankind. But there has been tremendous misinformation and disinformation that people are confused. They don't know who to believe, who to trust. I want to ask that we are empathetic, that we don't call people stupid. The fact that you may have a different opinion than I do, let me take some time to listen to you. I might think that you are crazy, but perhaps what I ought to do is to listen to you a little bit longer, and maybe I can see the value in your position. Seek first to understand and then to be understood. That's one of the 7 habits of highly effective people. To those of you who haven't made the decision to be vaccinated, be careful with the sources of information that you get. There are paid persons who make big time money putting out misinformation and disinformation. We have seen a lot of support for therapies that do not work. Hydroxychloroquine is one of them. Interferon is another. We have heard about convalescent plasma, no longer to be used except as a part of a clinical trial. The latest is a drug called ivermectin. And I want to spend just 2 minutes on ivermectin. There are people out there that are giving out ivermectin in the Bahamas today. Clinicians, physicians, pharmacists. The data on ivermectin, there is no valid, well-controlled study that supports the use of ivermectin. Those studies are being done, and so it may be of use. But as for right now, we cannot endorse it. I can assure you that there is no conspiracy where the doctors are in cahoots with Big Pharma to stop you from getting healthy. That I don't know Bill Gates, I don't know George Soros, but I can assure you that we are all trying to learn how to diagnose, how to treat, how to manage COVID, and to get people safely through it to avoid the disasters that we're seeing in this country. In spite of vaccination, vaccination alone is not going to do it. We have to be wearing our masks. We have to be washing our hands. We have to be distancing ourselves, and you shouldn't be tied up on people, particularly people that you don't know. And even though we're tired of the separation, and we really want to get back to partying and drinking and carousing and eating indoors and so on and so forth, for the foreseeable future with the Delta variant, which I am certain is in the Bahamas, we cannot afford to do that. I would like to ask my colleagues, all of us, let us put the swords down. I don't think that it's doing us any good, and I don't think it's doing the public any good. What we need to do is to find the common ground, to determine where we can agree. And if we cannot agree, well, we're going to move past that point. There are obviously good ideas that can come from all of us. And I don't believe that it's a utopian idealism that has stricken me to get me to say that if we work together, I believe that we will be able to get through this mess together. We have enjoyed the improvement in our economy. There's been a lot of hard work. Tourists have returned to the Bahamas with the appropriate checks and balances and the appropriate testing. I believe that we can both continue the growth of our economy and keep our people and our visitors healthy. Let us try to do that together, because the two things are connected. I want to conclude my comments with a reference to a quotation by John Donne when he said that any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. You see, no man is an island entire of itself. Mr. Speaker, as I sit down, I want it to be very, very clear that Elizabeth, that I, in my capacity as a member of Parliament, in my capacity as a physician, in my capacity as a Bahamian, stand to be a part of the team that will work with the Honorable Member for Kalani, the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town, the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumsey, and San Salvador, or the member for Exuma, and all of us in this place, because we are all needed in this fight. And my final reference is to one of my political heroes, Sir Winston Churchill, when he talked about what he had to offer. And he said to the House that I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat. And I believe that that is enough. The hard work that's needed for the good of the people of the Bahamas to fight the scourge of COVID that is threatening to overrun this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Elizabeth Russ.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, at this time we'll take a 10 minutes suspension. Order that the business of this House stands suspended for 10 minutes.
Of many of his compatriots, and they were taken into captivity, and he was left in his homeland in the midst of despair and hopelessness. He penned the Lamentations 3:21 through 23 says, "This I recall to my mind, therefore I have hope. It is of the Lord's mercies that we are not consumed, because his compassion failed not. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness." Mr. Speaker, I, like many persons, believed and believe that we were in the midst of a campaign season and heard a lot of arrogant statements and remarks. And I'd like to take this time to remind all of us in a very sober way of Psalm 75:6-8. That promotion cometh neither from the east nor the west, nor from the south, but God is the judge. He puts down one and sets up another. Daniel 2:20 and 21. Daniel answered and said, "Blessed be the name of God forever. For wisdom and might are his, and he changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings, and he sets up kings. He removes leaders, and sets up leaders." Mr. Speaker, I should like to join in with my colleagues and extend the condolences to the family of the late member for Central Grand Bahama, his mom, and the loss of his mom. My mother is still alive, so I can imagine how painful, excruciatingly painful it must be. And so I should like to extend my sincere, heartfelt condolences. Speaker, also, I should like to extend condolences to the family of the late matriarch of that family, Rosalie Davis, the owner of very popular, several locations, as a matter of fact, Rosalie's Takeaway, affectionately known as Dirty. She passed yesterday. The day before that, another matriarch of historic restaurant, the Reef Restaurant, Mother Lolita Jackson, also passed. I should like to extend sincere, heartfelt condolences. And Mr. Speaker, this COVID, as is passing through our country, breaking many of hearts. And a mother and a daughter, just recently, the late Dolores Davis, wife of the late G.W. Davis, whom the school was named after, and her daughter, Janella Davis, senior education officer, passed today. And so this COVID-19 is nothing to play with. Our team, we were discussing it. And in discussing it, the member said that because of how this is moving, that we ought not take it for granted. Reach out to people who you know and tell them you love them. Express yourself. Let this, because of how this thing is moving, you just never know. And so a lot of persons are extremely concerned, as they should be. And a lot of persons are living in fear. I should finally, Mr. Speaker, like to also extend sincere condolences to our colleague in the loss of her father, the late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. says the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy. Mr. Speaker, it was men like the late Carlton Francis, the late Clarence A. Bain, the late Cecil Wallace Whitfield, the late Lyndon Oscar Pinland, the late Arthur D. Hanna, and others who emerged to lead our nation, particularly men and women of African descent in the 50s and the 60s, to the promised land of political prowess and the path to economic emancipation. Mr. Speaker, they fought a good fight. They laid the foundation for the modern Bahamas, led us to black majority rule in '67 and independence in 1973. Mr. Speaker, they began the process of eradicating Mr. Speaker, of eradicating the mental barriers erected by years of slavery and colonialism. The chains were broken. The shackles were falling off. And after many years of tyranny and oppression, the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of many of our ancestors, dead and alive, were coming to fruition. Mr. Speaker, the late A.D. Hanna was at the forefront of the movement and played a pivotal role. He was intelligent, he was articulate, fearless, strong, and patriotic. Mr. Speaker, he was a nationalist. He was loyal to his country, his political party, and compatriots, especially in times of adversity. He believed in Bahamians and fought for the advancement of our people, to be treated with the respect and dignity deserving of human beings. He was the father of Bahamianization. His commitment, dedication, and sacrifices helped to significantly advance our country. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas today is much better because of the life, times, and contributions of the late Arthur D. Hanna. The Honorable Marcus Garvey said, and I quote, "Progress is never won on the backs of cowards." Sincere, heartfelt condolences, and may his soul rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, as we're in the midst of a pandemic, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded of a remark that was made very negatively about bush medicine. And layman's advised not to take it, not to use it. Mr. Speaker, we have a university in our country. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to see, Mr. Speaker, that for all the bush medicine we talk about, that if we can use our university to test them, to see what they're really good for. Mr. Speaker, the herbalists, the naturopathic doctors, and those in that community were very offended by those disparaging remarks. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the extension of the order and the reason we're here, I should like to quote the late Winston Churchill, Mr. Speaker, who said, "Politicians seek to be elected in the next election. Said, but statesmen look out for the next generation." Mr. Speaker, years ago, in this historic place, the late Sir Lyndon, father of the nation, the late Sir Lyndon Finley, was so moved and so distressed by the absolutely cold and calculating spirit of the FNM that he accused them unapologetically of playing politics with human suffering. Mr. Speaker, naturally, the FNM sat there paralyzed by the truthful charge and didn't offer to defend themselves. Time, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, has not cured the FNM of this habit of exploiting human suffering for political gain. And Mr. Speaker, that is why I rise today.
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I honestly believe that the member should rethink what he just said in this honorable house. That the free national movement exploits human suffering for political gain. That Brentwood Wells, the Prime Minister, that we exploit human suffering for political gain. Mr. Speaker, that can't be made to stand in this place. Member ought to take that back. I have the utmost respect for this member, who happens to be a brother in Christ. Well, I accept that. The member ought to take that back. There's no way he could cast that kind of aspersion on this side.
Honorable member for Golden Isles, you wish to rephrase that comment or withdraw it?
Rephrase. Withdraw. I'll go ahead and withdraw this. I'll go ahead and withdraw it. Mr. Speaker, because the FNM has been consistently brazen in mixing political considerations with vital health issues, because, in my opinion, they have put party and personal politics over health safety, in my opinion, and the welfare of the Bahamian people. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, in the initial phase, I agreed with how COVID-19 is being managed and handled. But I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed at this point, Mr. Speaker. I believe, Mr. Speaker, in response to what the political polls were telling them, they frantically planned to end the state of emergency, whether it was medically wise or not, and call an early election. Mr. Speaker, that this House recessed to September 22nd, even though the state of emergency would have expired the 13th of this month, in 2 days. That's clear evidence, in my opinion, that there was no intention to extend the emergency orders, but instead create a non-restrictive environment for electioneering, regardless of the health and safety of citizens. Although, Mr. Speaker, stringent restrictive measures were still in place on the second wave that was abating, there suddenly appeared clusters, Mr. Speaker, clusters of people in red all over New Providence, all over Grand Bahama, and the rest of the country, campaigning door to door for re-election. Mr. Speaker, many of them were not wearing masks properly, were not physically distancing themselves, but were crowded together as if they were one family from one home. Mr. Speaker, I believe there was definitely a plan for an August election, as indicated by certain administrative moves. For example, Mr. Speaker, it is a well-known fact that the policy of the Ministry of Finance is to engage in little or no contractual agreements in July, the first month of the fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, yet last month, funds were being released from the Treasury left, right, and center for roadside verges, and other similar projects. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, public funds were being utilized politically, in my opinion. Again, Mr. Speaker, the difference between a politician and a statesman is that a politician thinks about the next election, while statesmen think about the next generation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, other movements detected including the memoranda circulating in the security forces regarding election preparedness, and even the surreptitious dispatch of ballot boxes to the diplomatic offices overseas. Mr. Speaker, reading the signs correctly, our leader publicly advised citizens whose names were not yet on the voters' register to have the matter dealt with urgently as he felt. And we supported his view that a snap or election was imminent. And Mr. Speaker, announcements were made before that, advising, but nothing happened, Mr. Speaker. But as soon as our leader made that announcement, there was a rush. Consequently, there was pandemonium at the Parliamentary Registry Department when thousands of unregistered voters also saw the signs just like our leader did. Mr. Speaker, but to the surprise of every rational voter, my leader was savagely attacked by the very man who promised in 2017 that he would be the first prime minister not to call an election, as his administration would establish a fixed election date. A fixed election date by legislation. However, Mr. Speaker, for some reason, the leader suddenly does not like his own idea of a fixed election date. And so, Mr. Speaker, proverbially beating on the chest and arguing aloud with himself as he declared that he and he alone knows when the election will be called. That reminded me so much of King Nebuchadnezzar. Mr. Speaker, reminded me so much of King Nebuchadnezzar. Be careful. Be careful, Mr. Speaker. We are allowed to sit in this place and hold these titles and these positions, but for a fleeting moment. Be careful. Is there a parliamentary expression for pure, unadulterated madness? But the out-of-control third wave has capsized the power-grabbing plans. And all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, the king of the lockdown king, Mr. Speaker, does not exercise that authority anymore. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, it's for political expediency. Not because they do not believe it may be the best thing to do, but politically believe they would lose votes and lose support. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I say, politicians, look out for the next election. But statesmen, look out for the next generation. And I suggest, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it's time, Mr. Speaker, that statesmen arise, emerge, Mr. Speaker. Many people are dying in our country, Mr. Speaker. In the midst of it, the incompetence, the cold, the callous, the political calculating for the F&M has aided and abetted our present circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the midst of this unprecedented pandemic, when sickness and death and sorrow stalks the land, Mr. Speaker, political decisions are being made. Mr. Speaker, that is the prime concern now, Mr. Speaker, to win the next election, in spite of what people and polls may say. Mr. Speaker, I say to the Bahamians, do not mind the noise in the F&M market. Do not mind the prattle, the chatter, the noise you're hearing about being the people's time, about their desire to save more lives. Mr. Speaker, the price of the F&M fish is raw, unabated political power. I am of the opinion, Mr. Speaker, I'm of the opinion, Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the nurses, the doctors, the medical community, Mr. Speaker, are not given the priority they deserve. Mr. Speaker, but since the sole objective is to remain in power, to retain power, it is necessary, Mr. Speaker, to withhold and redirect funds that were earmarked, I believe, for the healthcare workers in order to have monies for government projects during the election campaign. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, equality.
Honorable member, the chair recognizes honorable member from Bambutown on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, obviously the member did not listen to my contribution, or I don't assume the member has been listening to what has been taking place in regards to hiring of personnel, payment of salary, the payment of honorariums, the payment of overtime that we have done for those within the healthcare sector. Mr. Speaker, we are spending almost some $8 million over the past 6 weeks in terms of hiring. Okay, last year, Mr. Speaker, we hired 32 new doctors, a number of nursing staff, paid all sorts of overtime.
About time.
You know, the members should not use such that we're taking monies designated for healthcare personnel and putting it into the election campaign. He couldn't be any further from the truth. So he should withdraw, Mr. Speaker, because he has no evidence of such.
Speaker, I'm just finally, after 2 years, finally, Mr. Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, and that's my opinion, I believe that. That is my view. That is my view. That is my view, Mr. Speaker.
Just a moment.
That is my
The
view.
chair recognizes the member for Bambutown.
The rules of this House are very clear. When a minister who's responsible for an area and sector of the society speaks on an issue, for the facts of it, unless a member is very fast, that they do that, he has to withdraw. I've spoken last year, Mr. Speaker, not only in this place, but outside of this place.
Honorable members, with respect to that point that was raised, I think if the member's statement borderlines what could be accepted as opposed to a flat-out allegation he said in his opinion. If it was a personal attack on someone, I can take a different position. But
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
hold on a minute. If the member is stating honorable member for Golden Isles,
Yes.
the assertion that the member is taking issue with, are you able to justify arriving at that opinion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That for about 2 or 3 years now, the nurses, the healthcare practitioners were waiting for funding, their funds for 2 to 3 years. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I believe because of the plans for early election, they finally decided now it's a good time. It's an old political trick, Mr. Speaker. It comes from an old political trick book. Okay, Mr. Speaker? And that's what I base my views and my opinion on. Purely political, nothing but politics.
Honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Speaker, the member said 2 or 3 years. Mr. Speaker, last year, we paid the overtime that the government of the Bahamas understood was due to nurses, $166,000 in October of last year. I said that from this place. There was a discrepancy in sheets being sent in. We corrected those discrepancies, and persons were paid in February. Mr. Speaker, we have not allowed overtime to accrue. We have been paying the nurses and other healthcare professionals. I do not know of what this member speaks. The member ought to say, he said that we have taken healthcare funding for personnel and put it aside for political purposes. The campaign, he needs to point out where that is. We just went through an entire budget debate in this place with line items designated as to where monies are supposed to go. The government budget doesn't work that way, Mr. Speaker. For you to take monies from one line item in a ministry and send it there someplace else to another ministry. Okay? Within your ministry. Within your ministry. Okay? And even within blocks. And the member for Cat Island knows that. He's just trying to. He knows that. Even within blocks. Within the budget. You can't move monies around like that. The member ought not to make that kind of statement.
Honorable member for Golden Isles.
Mayor Ruler, Mr. Speaker.
I'd advise that you rephrase that statement or withdraw it, because you're making, even though you're saying it's your opinion, you're speaking in absolute and certainty in terms of the allegation, and then you couching it in my opinion. And we don't want to go to the extreme where someone can come and say something and just make an allegation and couch it in that language or saying your opinion, when it should really be something that you should be able to substantiate. If you were saying that monies were moved and identified for a different purpose, you should be able to substantiate that as opposed to just expressing that as your opinion. So if you're unable to substantiate it, I would like for you to withdraw it or rephrase it.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be governed by a ruling, as I said. And, Mr. Speaker, during the budget debate, when they were tooth and nail coming at me and made the very same allegation, nothing was said. But by your ruling, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw it. Just a reminder, when they made the very same allegation, where did the nurses' money go? Loud and clear, unapologetically, unashamedly, undeniably, where did it go? And he said nothing. Did not answer, said nothing. But Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw it. I'll govern myself by a ruling. I'll withdraw it. Mr. Speaker, I believe, Mr. Speaker, it is my considered opinion, Mr. Speaker, that hope to earn huge political dividends by exploiting the increasing misery index of thousands of Bahamians in this time of chronic crisis. Those are my beliefs, Mr. Speaker. They have what I saw, the foolishness, the skullduggery, Mr. Speaker, that I'm aware of. The skullduggery. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the skullduggery that I am aware of now, that I'm holding close to my bosom for the right time, Mr. Speaker, as a sitting member of Parliament, the insult, the disrespect, the skullduggery that's being practiced, I'm holding it close to my chest, and I'd be glad to reveal it. Petty politics, petty politics. Petty, Mr. Speaker. Petty. But, Mr. Speaker, but you know, Mr. Speaker, the one who turns the tide, the one who controls the tide, the one who decides who rise and fall. Mr. Speaker, the alarm clock of many persons went off this morning, and they did not get up. It's not the alarm clock that woke us up, Mr. Speaker. It was an almighty, all-merciful God who gave us another day, another chance, and another opportunity. And it's that same God the Bible speaks of. It says one soul, one water, but it's God who gives the increase. Mr. Speaker, again, in the words of Sir Winston Churchill, the difference between a politician and a statesman is the politician looks out for the next election, but statesman for the next generation. Mr. Speaker, as we are in these trying and challenging times, Mr. Speaker, one would have thought, one would have expected that this rising tide in this third wave should not have to cause this. But, Mr. Speaker, we may plan. It is God who decides and who determines. So, Mr. Speaker, for all those persons who are suffering for various reasons, particularly those suffering the loss of life, the loss of loved ones, again, Mr. Speaker, extend sincere condolences. Mr. Speaker, in spite of how dark the night, how dark the hour may be in our nation, I believe firmly, and I stand firmly on Isaiah 54:17, that no weapons formed against our nation shall prosper. Regardless of the differences we may have, Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is one may talk red, the other may talk gold. But, Mr. Speaker, the bottom line, the colors that really matter, is the black, is the gold, and the aquamarine, Mr. Speaker. It's our country, it's our nation, and that we do what's in the best interest, in the national good for our people. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, may Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, especially in these trying times, and make the wealth more common. For the man's right.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pine Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as always, I rise by the grace of God and for the good of Pinewood. I will put myself in judgment first of all, Mr. Speaker. I've said to this House numerous times that my chief job as a member of Parliament is exactly this, to be in Parliament. I've articulated in this place on numerous occasions that even when I'm out of this place, I tune into this place because it's my job to know. Yes, we are on the street, we give out baskets, we give out food, we give aid, but that's not the MP job, you know. The MP's job is what MP is, Member of Parliament. Yes, we go door to door, we do everything else, but this is our chief job. And truthfully should be the point of which we are evaluated, but we know how we are traditionally. Therefore, I can only say that that scripture that says a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways is very, very true. Because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I listen and I wonder how many of us actually really do listen and pay attention to the people's business. The statement made by our Honorable Prime Minister about bush medicine has been taken out of context, and I remember a statement made by the leader of opposition say, you don't let a good truth get in the way of a lie. Let me correct it. You don't let a good lie get in the way of the truth. You said that you said that when we were together. Yeah, okay, yeah. You did. I'll remind you. When I stand, Mr. Speaker, not only am I obligated by the laws and the traditions of this House, Mr. Speaker. When I stand, Mr. Speaker, not only am I obligated and constrained by the laws and tradition of this House, Mr. Speaker, I am also constrained by my Christian oath and my Christian belief. I am further constrained by intergenerational transmission, by which I receive whatever honor I have by the name bestowed on me by my parents. So whatever I try to say, it is consistent with that mitzvah that says that the word of my mouth be acceptable in thy sight. Whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are pure. But most importantly, to stand on the most indefensible tool, which is truth. The statement as related to bush medicine caused me to have to ask the good member if he recalled the Biological Resources and Traditional Knowledge Act, which for the first time this administration brought in, which protects bush medicine, marine resources, any of those things that first world nations comes into the Bahamas and find out how Grammy did it and took it and take it to pharmaceutical and make millions and billions of dollars it now for the first time. You can't do that to this country. The value of our bush medicine has been protected for the first time recently that anybody in this House who would have been in this House should clearly know that and should be proud of that. And it happened under the administration of Dr. Hubert Alexander Minnis. I sit here and I hear all the talk about electioneering and monies coming out. And I smile with all the monies, and I heard it specifically mentioned by the member before me. Roadside contract, and quite frankly, I could say without contradiction that I just inquired of the member of Beach and Parks because a number of my people asked why they didn't get paid for roadside contract yet. And I say that without contradiction. Then let's move to what we have actually done, the fiscal responsibility bill that we passed in this House, landmark legislation that has raised the bar of the Bahamas and put us in a better light as it relates to corruption. That took away a lot of the stain of corruption and brought transparency, was tabled in this House and passed by this administration. So I simply say to the member that you don't have to assert your opinion. There's a law. If you have something, bring a charge. It's as simple as that. It's a law. So if we are doing those electioneering that we are being charged with, there are laws that Pinewood voted on and Kalani voted on that are there on the books right now. Put your money where your mouth is, bring it up, and let's deal with it. And quite frankly, the leader of opposition is in charge of the Public Account Committee, of which you, Mr. Speaker, has finally reenacted because they closed it down, and has the ability to summons and do whatever needs to be done to help substantiate whatever accusation is that's being brought here about transparency. That is just simple facts. And any wise man would not even believe the statement of a proverbial ostrich, because not a single ostrich in the world ever sticks his head in the sand. So then, here we have imaginary figures. But Mr. Speaker,
you know the statement,
yeah, I know the statement because I know fully. I don't have to participate in it.
So you know the intent behind the statement.
Yes, it's your statement, so you have the intent. Mr. Speaker, I want us. Yes. I want us to take a look at this this morning, as we seek to extend this emergency order. I took the time, and this is what I'm going to do for the member for Golden Isles, because I remember one time and he said how he consulted his constituency, went on the radio and said something different. I actually consulted my constituents. Yes, that's public notice. That's public notice. You said it.
Honorable member, the chair recognizes Golden Isles on the point of order.
Speaker.
You said it, so I can't quote it.
I said I spoke to some of my constituents. I never said what he said. I asked
Mr. Speaker, it's not worth the time.
Okay.
I yield.
Okay.
Let's move on. My constituents, I yield. And I apologize to my parents for allowing myself to go down such a petty road. But what I want to do is, I'm speaking to my constituents. Because what I did, Mr. Speaker, was I messaged my constituents this morning, and I'm just going to let them speak to this bill, if I may. I sent my constituents a message, and the message read, as you may now be aware, the Parliament is currently debating the final extension of the emergency orders for 3 months. The emergency orders will end, and a public health emergency preparedness and management bill 2021 will be introduced. Note, I will provide you a copy of that bill if you desire, and another that wants to see it. I am asking your feedback on a fundamental question. In light of the current state of COVID-19 in the Bahamas, do you support the extension? A yes or no should be stated first, followed by your focused thoughts. Please note that your response may be used as a part or whole, in my commentary. Thank you, Ruben. That was sent to all of my constituents, well, not all, just like how you say not all. That was sent to the 1,500+ residents that is in my phone for their feedback. This is important to them. So what I'll do is I'll just simply tell you what they said. I'm the member for Pinewood. You will hear the residents of Pinewood. Lawrence Henry said, I support the extension. A lot of these I hadn't opened up. I'm just going to open up right now. Angela asked me, say, as our representative, what's your position? I told her I do support it. And this is important, you know, because it's just democracy. It's just democracy. And there's a lot of stuff in between. So I'm just seeing the person to respond back. Leona Ferguson says, I support the extension. I'm not going to go all, I'm just going to go through enough to get the point. Helen Thompson said, yes, we need to look at this with our spiritual eyes. Then and only then, goodness will be seen. These are the last days, and we need to ready ourselves. Yvonne said, yes, sir, I do support the extension. People need to social distance at all times, even if you are in your own family event. Augusta McNeil said, yes, I support the extension due to COVID-19. It's just good sometimes to hear what the people are saying, you know. Lisa said, no. So Lisa doesn't support it. Some came back on audio. I told her I can't play audio in assembly. Felix Alexander said, yes, I do. People are not adhering to the precautions set in place to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Then there are fully vaccinated people who are also spreading the virus unknowingly. Good afternoon, Minister. Lydia said, I would prefer to take the Pfizer vaccine if they have a specific facility to administer the shot. So there are a number of persons expressing that. Now, Bridget, this is a lot you gotta have to put here. I can only read some of this. Bridget sent me pages and pages of her comments. But Bridget said, in short, I know the Prime Minister is trying to save lives and also ensure the economy does not collapse. The businesses are still open. People are returning to work. The borders are open. Thank God for the vision to make the Bahamas an embarked port for cruise ships. Great vision on the F&M government. And these are just random persons. These aren't associated members of my phone. Kendrick Rose said no. And can you send a copy of the bill, please? Thank you. And I will. Ms. Pearl, you give me audio, so I'm not saying that. Stephanie said, yes, I support the extension because it's the only way we could get control of this virus and get back to normal. Shanika says, morning, no, I don't support it because it don't make no sense. I got to say it just like how she want to express it. No, I don't support it because it don't make no sense. Because I represent her too. Ms. Moore said, yes, I support the extension. Isaiah Taylor sent me one word back, said absolutely. And he supported. Yvette Rogers said, yes, thank you. Sharon Rose said yes. Ms. Lockhart said, yes, I support the extension. Now, Darren Knowles gave a longer one. Darren, that is very, very long. But in short, he opened up no, and my reasons are as follows. Consistency is key. People grasp message in many ways, and how a message is sent will result in different actions. That's a summary of what he said. So, Darren, Dion said no. Ms. Gibson said, what did you say, Ms. Gibson? I don't support the extension. First of all, the PM makes these rules, but at the end of the day, he knows how his bread is buttered. He knows where his next meal is coming from. Mothers who trying to hustle every day and being evicted every day. Then let's not talk about curfew. At least if it's until 11 or 12, persons can employ 2 shifts, but now it's just 1 shift. My thing is no matter what the PM does, the people ain't listening. Fine with residents speaking. Leanne said, what did you say? Oh, she just want to copy the bill. I'll send it to Leanne. Bishop Rule gives a thumbs up. Said, okay, I assume that he supported. Let me keep going through this. This is important. Let them hear their voice now. Mr. Walker said, yes, I support the extension, despite being made aware of the current dire circumstances we are facing. There are still some people who are hell-bent on being against any type of restriction, which leads to lapses in judgment. Mass crowd gathering, frolicking, non-observance of safe protocol, despite having to minimize a bit of to minimize a bit of your freedom, of your free will, we must all act for the greater good of the majority who wants to see improvements, reductions in the COVID number. Bishop, did you say Bishop? Mm-hmm. Bishop Brathwaite said, Ian Brathwaite, yes, sir. It is indeed badly. It is needed badly. Blessing. He always answers blessing. Eddie Rose said, I support the order. Inslee said, Inslee, this is long. Good morning. My answer to the question is yes, I do support the extension. Our country is at a crossroad as it relates to COVID-19. In the first wave, we had around 110 cases, which are many, with as many as 14 deaths. While losing one citizen or resident is not acceptable, this would have been a remarkable feat in our region and in the world. The government realized that the pandemic was not behind us, came to Parliament and asked for the extension. That too worked for our country, in our country's favor, because we were recognized by leading agencies and bodies around the world and our region for another stellar job done, keeping the number of infected persons and death to a minimum. Now we are in what I can relate to as the eye of the pandemic. There are a few more variants which are more easily spread and more deadly. These new variants are now infecting young children and have taken the life of one of our 4-year-olds. Wow. I was going to stop reading it because it was long. This is personal to them. Without measures being put in place, we may end up with more infant death and suffer shutdown of our economy that has just begun to catch on. We are now in a position with our vaccines and increased sites of vaccination. We have a law-abiding society. We have noticed that we also have a group of persons who, for what reason, want to break the rules, and in some instances, laws. Without these and other measures being left in place, we may never make it back out of this surge. That was Inslee. A superintendent, he wants a copy of it. Brenda Pinder. Good morning, Minister. I support the extension. Let me open it up to make sure. Brenda. Good morning, Minister. I support the extension. We need it. Have a blessed day. Be safe. I'll read just one or two more. Shanika White. Oh, that was her Frank, Minister for Southern Georgia, reminded me to follow up with social services. Oh, man. Ms. Corber, good morning, sir. I agree with extension 100%. Arnold Davis, give Arnold good morning. That is a debatable question, yes and no. The lockdown curfews do not make any sense. For one, we the public was never given proper proof that it works. Also, we have not educated properly on the vaccines. All were told to get vaccinated, get vaccinated, get vaccinated. I think medical professionals need to let the general public know about the vaccine. I understand the government is thinking they're helping, but also they're not in certain places. More Bahamians are losing their homes, jobs, banks, and a common test. It's stressful. I think the government, along with central bank, needs to sit with the commercial lenders to come up with a plan. Most loans have insurance. I think the banks need to cash them in. The government of central bank need to apologize to the public. The reason no one can save is simply the income they make is low. We need to get out of the 70s and 80s to do things like that today. Mr. Speaker, that's the voice of the residents of Pinewood, and the vast majority of them, and you see it's candor, I didn't cut corners with them, express their support for this emergency order. So, and very simple, as their member of parliament, I too express that support for the extension of this emergency order. And I will also take the time to speak to those persons who may need more information to be informed on their decision. Further, I encourage my residents to take up the carrion call. I heard the member for Golden Isles speak about statesmanship. That is not only the duty of those who are called to governance, that is the duty of all man. All man. And this is the time that we all need to step up. I have witnessed the labor of those who have been volunteering, and trust me, it has been a burdensome load. So me, for one, I'm making the commitment that I will commit with the blessing of those who are campaigning with me, and I will ask them to volunteer, take time from volunteering with me to campaign, to shift some of that and ask them to come and volunteer at the sites as they are open and they are allowed, and let's all put our hands in. I myself will volunteer days, just as Brent Simmons has been all along, without any fanfare, being criticized up and down, and virtually every day at Loyola Hall. You know why he's not going on at Loyola Hall? Because he's back and forth in the group. Because that has been his job throughout this pandemic. So I'm going to ask my people in Pinewood to step up. I'll go so far as not understanding fully what it would take for a site to be qualified. I will give my constituency office as a site if that makes it easier for my residents to get vaccinated if they need to. Because a constituency office is not an academic PRP, it is a government office for the people. And if that is not acceptable, I will ask the churches in our community to facilitate that so it's ease of access for the people in the community. We have wonderful relationship with pastors who have offered similar things for different courses, but whatever it takes that will afford the people in Pinewood easier access to the vaccines that are now available to get us on our feet as swiftly as possible, that is as important as anything else. So if we don't understand what the jab means, the jab in your arm means a swifter opening of opportunities for job, employment, expansion, safety, getting back to normal, getting on the rock fishing, going out all night. It brings us closer to normalcy. And for those who sit there and criticize that if you get the vaccine, you still have COVID, let me tell you a simple fundamental truth. More death live within our body, and if it wasn't for the grace of God, we would all be consumed. That in all of our bodies now, cancer cell is moving through our bodies right now. The only reason why you don't have cancer is because your body is constantly suppressing that. Wherever we go, our body comes in contact with all kinds of diseases, but our system have identified that and is able to fight against it. And what the vaccine does is stops the shock. What it does, it tells your soldier, this is what you're looking for. So when the enemy comes, they can prepare rather than them recognizing the enemy when they are already overwhelmed. It's just as simple as that. I will give it an analogy using my big sister, and I hope she's not embarrassed. My older sister, yes, Lady Michelle Bodie, I ain't gonna call her name, had her boys, her first boy, George, and I remember this story, and she was telling me about it. You know, when you have your first child, you don't let them outside. And all of a sudden, George Jones used to, when they come, they hang around us, they break up with sores. A lot. She take him to the doctor, give him the ointment and everything else, cool. Then they break on the swords again. And the doctor said, hold on, say, wait a minute. You just let these boys outside in the yard. He said, no, hold on. Say, let these boys go outside in the yard. All the dirt and the things we pick up and our body build up the resistance to it. Man, they break out one day, next week later, their skin smooth like baby milk. It's because their body was not exposed to it to build up the natural resistance to it. COVID may be with us forever, but it doesn't mean that it has to be an issue or a thing. It means that it will become just as common as probably a cold or anything that may happen when you lose the strength of your immunity. But the vaccine put your soldiers on guard. It triggers the God-given defense in your body. It's as simple as that. So I encourage everyone to get vaccinated. I encourage the people in Pinewood, the nurses, the retired nurses in Pinewood, let us all step up to the plate. Let us heed the clarion call, and let us drive to get everybody vaccinated before September. Let's set a deadline. Let the month of all the vaccines we need will be here. So let's set a deadline, and let's get this done. The residents of Pinewood support this extension.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Pinewood, knowingly or unknowingly, you have opened your first session of open Parliament for Pinewood. I'm certain those constituents will be most pleased to have heard their names called and that their contribution to you was represented in this Hall of Parliament. I'm certain of that fact. And that is what we are seeking to do with our open Parliament. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. As always, I rise on behalf of the tenacious and resilient constituents of West Grand Bahama and Bimini. Mr. Speaker, I am always honored to present here in the House of Assembly on their behalf, and I thank them for their continuous support and confidence in the leadership of myself as well as this Free National Movement administration. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, in giving brief remarks, I wish to say right up front that West Grand Bahama and Bimini supports the resolution for extending the emergency orders. We are, Mr. Speaker, in tune and in line in what's the best interest for our country and our people. Ambassador Maurice Moore, who continues to be here with us and stronger than ever, even though he would have gone through such a sad time in his life. I was able to speak with him just recently on the passing of Mrs. Moore, a humble and beautiful soul whom we all will miss. I wish to convey condolences to him and his family on the passing of Mrs. Moore. The same being said for my colleague, Member of Parliament for Central Grand Bahama, the Honorable Iram Lewis, on the passing of his mom, Meldora Lewis. I wish to extend also condolences, Mr. Speaker, to the family of His Excellency H.D. Hanna, particularly the member for Angliston, Glennis Hannah Martin, whom I've noted. Amidst all of her father's accomplishments, it is my belief that she indeed is the best legacy that he would have brought here for us in her representation for her community. I think she is his legacy, and I'm honored to be in this parliament with her. And also the family of Haywood Cooper, a well-known businessman in Grand Bahama, who was instrumental in the growth of Grand Bahama, having contributed significantly to the economic growth of our island. And so my condolences to those families. Mr. Speaker, I wish to, at this time, also extend condolences to the many families across this nation who would have lost loved ones, most recently as a result of COVID and other illnesses and circumstances. You know, death is never an easy thing, Mr. Speaker. And when we lose our loved ones, we are always thrown aback as to their presence not being here with us. But I rest assured that God makes no mistakes in what he does. And I do convey my sympathies to all of those persons who would have lost loved ones in recent times. Mr. Speaker, we are here this evening debating the extension of the emergency order. And something came to me just recently, Mr. Speaker, when I heard some individuals speaking about the fact that they wanted the emergency order to end. Those individuals who, no doubt, may not at this moment in time see the need, the necessity of this, the importance of this. And the phrase came to mind: end the emergency order now and end lives. And I say that because can you imagine where our country would have been had we not put these emergency orders in place? Mr. Speaker, I know of nothing on earth in which there has not been trial and error. I know nothing on earth that has not had to take steps in order for there to be perfection. And so when people say that we are lacking in leadership or we have a failed leadership, Mr. Speaker, I wish to oppose that belief because I believe that at this point in time in our country's history, this is what leadership is, and leadership was demonstrated by this Free National Movement administration led by the Honorable Prime Minister, the Member of Parliament for Killarney. That's leadership, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, we are often able to prepare for the known. Nobody knows what to do for the unknown, and that's why we call it trial and error. I believe, however, that for what we were faced with in this country, what we were presented with at the time that we were presented with it, having no answers, we have done a remarkable job. And that is not to pat ourselves on the back, Mr. Speaker. That is to say that it is my belief, from what I am aware of and what has been demonstrated, that we did the best that we could have underneath the circumstances that we were presented with, Mr. Speaker. When we were first made aware of this coronavirus, it hit us out of nowhere. And if we are saying that we had failed leadership in this Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, then we had failed leadership worldwide, because every leader was challenged and every country was challenged as a result of the coronavirus. Nobody had the answer. Nobody had the answer. And so if that's what we're describing as failed leadership, then the world failed, Mr. Speaker. The world failed. People were dying left, right, and center. The biggest nations with the most money did not know what to do in the fight against corona. We had to keep moving, Mr. Speaker. We had to keep trying. And when we were presented with certain circumstances, we had to respond. And this Free National Movement government responded. That is not to say that we did not have some trials as we went. But the fact of the matter is, where we are right now as a nation, while we would have lost so many people, and we sympathize and empathize with their families, can you really, really imagine where we would have been had we not responded the way we responded? That is the question I have for Bahamians here in this parliament and outside of it. Mr. Speaker, Bimini, for example, knows all too well the impact of the coronavirus. Our island was the first to lose someone as a result of this deadly virus. Our island was the first to lock down, Mr. Speaker. Had it not been for that lockdown at the time that we did it, I can't even fathom what we would have experienced if we did not take the decisive measure in closing Bimini down at the time we did. It was the right decision for that island, and all that we have done was the right decision for our country, in my view. It was. People are going to have opposition to a lot of the decisions that we make as leaders, and they're going to have their opinions, and we welcome that. But this was a time for this country to come together like never before. Politics was not important at this time. Patriotism was. And I am saddened that some people chose to go on the left with politics rather than patriotism. It is evident, Mr. Speaker. We were facing and still facing the fact that this deadly virus is still among us. When will we decide that at the end of the day, politics has a place, but unity is important no matter what? This was the time that it should have been demonstrated. And I only pray that moving forward, and from what we are seeing now with people going to get vaccinated, finally, it is getting to them. They are aware that this may be the best option for them because of what scientists and statistics have revealed. Mr. Speaker, I am reminded of something that Prime Minister Minnis indicated yesterday. And as a mother, my heart dropped when I heard that the youngest victim of the coronavirus was a 5-month-old baby. This is a serious situation. Our choices will lead to whether or not we are safe. The government has done every single thing, in my view, that we needed to do. We locked down. We gave curfew. We promoted and asked for safety protocols to be adhered to. Are we listening, Mr. Speaker? What are we choosing to do as a result of this fight? We can't go on blaming the government when we ourselves have a choice as to how we move and how we behave. In my view, the choices we make will determine whether or not we come out of this crisis. That is what we need to look into. And that is not discounting the fact that some of us were very, very challenged during this time. That is the truth. But the fact of the matter is this. At every corner that we turned, there was a government program that assisted. When people were unemployed, we gave them employment funding. When people were hungry, we fed them. When people needed assistance with being vaccinated, we provided it free of charge. These are some of the things that we were doing. Never once, Mr. Speaker, did we hold back on any money towards helping our people at our most crucial time in this country. At a time even when our deficit was what it was, we found the money because we wanted to save lives. And I am here to say tonight that we assisted in doing that with the Almighty God, because that is what leadership is about. You know, people are talking about the fact that we're doing it for politics. Tell me something, Mr. Speaker. Who in their quote unquote right mind will do things to upset people if they want to win? Who does that? Who does that? Prime Minister has indicated over and over again that if it was up to him, he would lose an election and save lives. And he demonstrated that this entire time, no matter what came his way. No matter what came his way, Mr. Speaker. That is what you call standing firm and standing strong and being focused on the prize of making sure that our country comes out of this. You don't sway from the left and sway to the right and come to the middle and do the circle dance. You stay focused. And from day one, this is what has been demonstrated. You know what the situation, Mr. Speaker? They can't break him. And that's the problem, because they want to be able to say that he was back and forth. But Mr. Speaker, what I have seen, what West Grand Mohammed Bimini has seen, is strong leadership. Leadership that in doubt, that even though people are saying what they are saying, it has been strong and it has been firm. That's our view. Mr. Speaker, Bimini right now, we had a challenge the other day again with the cases. We put a curfew on Bimini. And I will tell you no lie, constituents were really upset with the fact that the hotel property was getting a curfew, was getting a longer curfew than they were, and they had to go to bed at 7. They were upset. Left, right, center, they were upset. But they listened. They adhered to the curfew as best as they could, and in spite of minor challenges, they got in line. Guess what, Mr. Speaker? As of today, there are no reported new cases in Bimini, according to the health officials. Why? Because measures were taken to protect lives. And while the fight is not over, the reality is we have to do this in order to secure lives. Mr. Speaker, right now, Bimini also has tourists that are coming in. The economy continues. They're going to benefit from that, Mr. Speaker. And there is one thing that I say to Bimini, and I will continue to say, your choice as to whether or not you adhere to the safety protocols will determine how far you go. The economy closes down, you suffer. If there's a lockdown, you suffer. So at the end of the day, it's a balancing act, and we have to ensure that we get it right. Mr. Speaker, I heard members on the opposite side mention the fact that the borders were open and it caused a problem. I have one question, Mr. Speaker. What is the difference between the borders being open and bars being open? What is the difference? Members on the opposite side stated that the small businessman needed to make money. Open the bars. Here in this country, the government decided that we need money. Open the borders. What's the difference? Help me understand it. What is the difference? We have to make decisions that aren't always necessarily going to be accepted by everyone. But the fact of the matter is this. We have to be focused. We have to remain together, and we have to fight to get rid of this coronavirus. The world is doing it, and we have to do it as well. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, I admonish Biminites, West Grand Bahamas residents, to just do one thing for me. Be wise in the decisions that you make with regards to your behavior and with regards to your movement. Adhere to the safety protocols. I've been vaccinated. My husband has been vaccinated. My son has been vaccinated. My daughter was underage at the time, and so she wasn't. But she's now of the age that she can be vaccinated, and she will as well. Mr. Speaker, briefly, I said I would be here tonight. And in saying and wrapping up, I have one thing to say to this Commonwealth, to our people, and to those out there who still have doubt. We are a praying nation. We are a Christian nation. And while the government is doing everything in its power to ensure your safety, obviously the decision is ultimately yours. But read upon what has been transpiring, get the information that you need to get, and make a decision for yourself. At the end of the day, we are here saying to you, from a scientific perspective, the vaccines are better to have because from what is being made known, it protects you as best. That's all. Read up on the information. Do not let the political pundits make a decision for you. Read the information for yourself. Make a decision for yourself. We can only provide for you what we are aware of. Medical experts can only provide what they are aware of. And we are to commend our frontline workers and those in the health industry for the remarkable job that they have done in the fight against this COVID pandemic. We are a small nation, quaint. We love to hug and we love to hang out. But in doing so, we have to do so responsibly. Enough of the blaming, enough of the pointing fingers. At this particular time, we should all come together with one cause in mind, and that is to get rid of this virus in our country, send it where it came from. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to support this resolution extending the emergency order. We are doing the right thing for our people, and we need our people to do the right thing for our country. God bless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for North Abaco.
Said in his intervention in this place that he believed that this was perhaps among the more pivotal pieces of legislation that we had to do during our term in office. And I also believe so, and that's why I think it's important that North Abaco goes on the record openly and saying, we support this resolution. You know, Mr. Speaker, if this was about politics, this wouldn't what we'd be doing here tonight and all day today. Because when I look in Nassau Harbor and I see cruise ships that we haven't seen for a very long time, when I think about the home porting that we're doing and cruise ships are going around some of our family islands that have not seen this type of tourism before, when I think about the fact that all of our hotels are booked, packed, and you ask the leaders of these hotels, what are the bookings looking like into the future? And they're very optimistic. When I think about 18 months ago or so, you know, Bay Street came to a full stop. And now you go on Bay Street and you find life. And you begin to sense in Abaco, even Abaco, which was impacted so severely by Dorian, that tourists are going there. You look at Exuma, bursting at the seams with tourists. You look at Eleuthera. You look at, Harbour Island, I don't know how it continues to stand up out of the water with so many people on it. And I believe that's because the international traveling public felt that we in the Bahamas were managing this pandemic responsibly enough to want to come and return to the Bahamas at their earliest opportunity. You know, the Prime Minister said something today, and I want to commend him for the work that he did and being able to procure the vaccines with his colleagues and with other efforts that he made. You know, he don't get enough credit for that, you know, but the man don't sleep much, you know. Because as a leader, you don't have time to second guess. You could sit on the other side and be critical of decisions that are made, but decisions that have to be made in the moment by leaders have to be made in the moment. There was no playbook for COVID. There was nothing written down for him to go to and pull out a manual. I heard someone say in this place today that he was the Prime Minister with the most powers, but he was the Prime Minister with the most challenges. And the framers of our Constitution saw fit that in a crisis such as this, he'd be able to apply lawfully the laws of the Bahamas to help us to manage through such a crisis. And I wanted to say, Mr. Speaker, that with 6 variants out there still coming. With our hospital facilities packed to capacity, with our healthcare professionals running on fumes, what else can we do? I mean, if you wanted to say that this was not the proper time to do this, when would it be the proper time to continue for this one last time? You don't create a good battle strategy in the middle of the war. Be in a real war, you know. Be in a real war. Every other day I can hear of some person from Abaco or some person that I know who succumbed to COVID. Well, you've heard all of the facts today. You've heard what the science says about vaccinations. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to go on the record and say that we in North Abaco, we too will enjoy this audacious hope that we can get more Bahamians vaccinated and we can come nearer to herd immunity, that we can fully open up this economy and let these engines roar once more to what we as Bahamians have become accustomed to. And before I take my seat, I'd just like to personally extend condolences again to the member for Angliston on the passing of her father, who was a great Bahamian, to her brother Dion, who taught me in law school. I also want to extend condolences to the Moores. I never knew Mother Moore called so many of us. I never knew that. I thought I was special for some reason. And she would always do that. She would always send a note after you had spoken. And I learned something on her passing. Her husband said to me, you know, Minister, she would tell you the good stuff, but she would say to me quietly, he should have said this differently or done that. And you know, like a real mother. I'd also like to give condolences to my brother Aram. Aram is special, and losing a mother is something that we can never get used to. Peter Patton, of course, his family, a colleague, veteran colleague from the Defense Force, was a fantastic seaman, a fantastic softball player, a great fella from Black Point that we all came to know and love and depended upon. Cindy Dawkins' family out of Abaco, who succumbed, we believe, to COVID. To Ashford Kenny Roll, out of Abaco, who also, we believe, died from COVID. There's a real struggle we're in. And these are real people's names that we're calling who succumbed to COVID because of, a lot of it because of rhetoric. We're not going to condemn or judge anyone for not taking the vaccine. But we simply say this as we take our seat. We manage COVID through mitigation, because immediately when the Prime Minister formed, I think as early as February, a select committee to look at COVID before it was named a pandemic. And he named ministries and agencies that would come together and begin this discussion about when COVID comes to the Bahamas, as we knew it would come. We need to be ready. And so we were working on this from Jump Street, you know, and in a real way, COVID, we realized that through mitigation, management, protocols that would keep people separated, and mask wearing and washing of hands and all of the things that we had to do to manage until we were able to get the kind of vaccines that we needed, so that we didn't see what we see now, that the Minister of Health and the member for Elizabeth, who works in the system, who indicates how burdened the system is. But we recognize one thing that the science has taught us so far. Those who are vaccinated are unlikely to be hospitalized or to die as a result of COVID-19. And so I want to say to my people in North Abaco, try to be safe. As soon as you can, go online and book your appointment for your vaccination. Continue to wear your mask, continue to act responsibly, because we're nearing the end of this fight, but we're not yet out of this war. And so with those words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. North Abaco supports this resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shores.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in expressing condolences, and I'm going to go down the list quickly to the Hanna family, to the Moore family, to Aaron Lewis and his family, to K. Peter Turnquest, East End, on the passing of his mother-in-law, to his family, to the Cooper and Sands family in Sunset Park, to the Taylor family in Flamingo Gardens, just 2 doors south of our headquarters, to Sally Bowe, who lost her mother a few weeks ago, maybe a month and a half ago, and who is now carefully watching her father, Sugar Kid Bowe, who's not doing well, to the Jackson family of the Reef, who lost the matriarch of the family, to Miss Juanita Wallace, who lost her son Michael, who is a student of BAPD, to the Most Worshipful Prince of Peace Grand Lodge, who lost 3 of their members, Brother Kevin Rule, Brother Vincent Cartwright, Brother Leonard Nairn. Mr. Speaker, we in the Ministry of Social Services lost one of our team members, Jerisa Barr from Eleuthera. So I want to express my condolences to all of those family members and to all of the family members throughout the Commonwealth who would have lost a loved one, either through violence or from the COVID pandemic. May all of their souls rest in peace and rise in glory. Mr. Speaker, as I extend condolences particularly to the families of persons who were lost as a result of the COVID pandemic, it is my prayer that now that there is an alternative, that it would be considered. No, I'm not suggesting anything mandatory, but I'm suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that as time would have gone on and we would have learned, those of us who may have doubted in the beginning, who may have thought that COVID was a hoax, who may have thought that COVID was just another flu, but to see the magnitude and the severity of the illness and the death that could result, that we would consider the alternative of a vaccine that is available that could lessen the suffering and that can reduce the possibility of death. Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who heap praises and gratitude on persons in the front line, particularly those in the medical field. We're grateful for their contribution. As the Minister of Social Services and Urban Development, I am continuously grateful for the participation and contribution of especially our social workers, the team from Urban that step up to ensure that even while all of the programs we offer can't continue because of the need to distance, but we continue to feed, we continue to do the drive-by feeding. Mr. Speaker, I have remained silent since the protests of the members from the Department of Social Services. And it is because I chose to be busy focusing on resolving the issues that they are concerned about. and not because they had expressed concerns. I was busy with the team dealing with those issues long before that. Mr. Speaker, I respect their right to voice their concerns. I'm pleased that they chose to do it on a lunch hour, which did not disrupt the services that we offer to our clients. And I'm grateful that many of them are aware of what is being done for and on their behalf. And I pray that we will continue to deliver to the poor and vulnerable that which is needed to make or to add quality to their lives. Mr. Speaker, I stand here on behalf of the good people of Southern Shores to say that Southern Shores supports this extension. Not because, like my brother from Pinewood, I've had extensive conversation with all of them, but because I am aware that the people of Misty Gardens have been calling to find out if it's okay for them to go and walk around on the park that is being prepared for them for their continued fitness. So I'm aware that they are concerned about that which will bring their lives back to a sense of normalcy. I support this because I'm aware of the entrepreneurs like Sue Butterfield and the other young men who are calling to find out how they can go about getting a grant or a loan from the SDPC, because they too want their lives to be returned to a sense of normalcy. I support this because I hear from Mrs. Bullard, who is concerned that she can't go and do her church business as she would normally do. She is apprehensive, and she too wants her life to return to a sense of normalcy. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge all Bahamians, but in particular, those constituents of Southern Shores, to consider the alternative, which is likely to reduce pain and suffering and reduce the likelihood of death should they encounter the COVID virus. I'm vaccinated by choice. I'm vaccinated because I believe that the same technology, the same science that was in the vaccinations that I got as a child that I didn't have an opportunity even to discuss, but that brought me to this point, is the same science that is being used in the vaccines today. Mr. Speaker, I listen to the side opposite, and I listen to the arguments. And as many would say, it is their opinion. It is my humble opinion. It is my humble opinion that there is no real conviction in some of the views being espoused because they know better. But the theater of Parliament necessitate that they pander to a particular base and be seen as taking a position. Mr. Speaker, I don't see the real conviction in opposing mask wearing that they know will help. I don't see the real conviction in opposing a bill that says it will provide food. I don't see the real conviction in opposing a bill that says it will provide comfort and certain other securities. But I understand, Mr. Speaker, we all have to do what we all have to do. But I just want to remind everyone within the sound of my voice.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and St. Salvador. On a point of order?
Mr. Speaker, the members opposite continually misrepresent the position of the side opposite.
What is your position?
We are not against mask wearing. We are not against. We are. He's on a point of order. A point of order. Don't just face up.
Honorable member, let me hear the member point, and then you can have your
Point of order.
yes.
We are not against the restrictive measures that they deem appropriate in regard to what they deem to be the scientists. We're not aware of that. We don't know the science that informed the restriction. But what we do say is that there's no need for the suspension of civil liberties. What we say is that we are against the proclamation of the state of emergency. We have continually said, particularly because of the length of the proclamation of emergency. And what we have said, Mr. Speaker, continually in this House, which was agreed to by the Attorney General as far back as October last year. Right? That, what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, they are misrepresenting what we said. That the restrictive measures could be dealt with by domestic legislation. We've been urging them to do that.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Until they do that, we say,
Thank you. The chair recognizes the member for Carmichael.
Speaker, it is wrong. Members' office is specifically come in this representation. Come in this place, and you have a chance.
Honorable member, let me. Honorable member for Cat Island, let me hear the member for Carmichael.
Speaker, come in this place. And you vote. Stop with the vote. You vote up or you vote down. They have voted against the provisions with respect to masking. They have voted against and against and against social distancing. They continue to vote against those things. Speaker, they've voted at least 4 times against those things. I've said again, you voted at least 4 times. Speaker, they voted at least 4 times against these things. So they have no right to come here and say that they supported when they supported outside the House of Assembly.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Southern Shores.
I want to thank my learned senior for coming to my aid. Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied that if you agree with a thing, you don't vote against it. You support it. It's as simple as that, Mr. Speaker. I'm supporting, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the good people of Southern Shores, because I agree with the thing. So anybody else who agree with the thing, Mr. Speaker, would simply support it. And so if you are on record of not supporting it, then you are against it. You can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. You can't have it both ways. Either you are hot or you are cold, but don't try to be lukewarm. And so, Mr. Speaker, I say what I said. I say what I said again. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, I see no real conviction. So I don't believe that they believe that in their heart of hearts, but they have to say what they think they need to say for a particular audience, and I respect that. Mr. Speaker, I sat here, Mr. Speaker, and heard the suggestion that we on this side are exploiting the people in a time of crisis, or we are exploiting the poor. Mr. Speaker, let me say that I am humbled.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpkins and Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, no one on this side said that they're exploiting the poor. Right? What was said, well, let's quote the members accurately. You all continually to hear what you all wish to hear to promote your own narrative. Mr. Speaker, what was said was expunged, so it was never said or withdrawn.
Put it back on the record.
And now he wants to put it back on the record? That's an abuse. But it was withdrawn, and I think it was either expunged or speaker by you as directed, and or withdrawn. And he didn't say anything about exploiting the poor.
I accept and I withdraw. I accept and I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, I am humbled and privileged to be a part of a government, a team led by the Most Honorable Hubert Minnis, who's seen fit in the time of crisis to ensure that our basic necessities are being met. Food is being distributed. Rental assistance is being given. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are some persons who are not yet satisfied. But Mr. Speaker, we are not claiming to be perfect, but we are speaking to our progress. There is progress. I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, to be a part of a team that saw fit to extend unemployment benefits over and over again to ensure that needs are being met. I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, to be a part of a team in this world crisis when funds are low that are committed to ensuring that not one single of the 22,000 civil servants, even those who've been home from the beginning of the pandemic, has lost one single dollar in their salary. I'm pleased to be a part of that team, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be a part of a team that even in the crisis, to have places that had not seen a cruise ship before, now see cruise ships bringing thousands on a weekly basis right here in this Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be on that team. Mr. Speaker, no, I'm not speaking of perfection, but I'm speaking about progress. Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution on behalf of the good people of Southern Shores because they are being protected by this very same resolution. The entire Bahamas is being protected by this very same resolution. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to the entire Bahamas, if you are not a part of the solution, you are a part of the problem. Bahamas, we have a problem. We are looking for solutions. We are looking for persons to partner with us to solve this problem. We are doing our part as a government, bringing the resources necessary. We are asking for the Bahamian people to partner with us and bring a solution, bring a resolution. Prime Minister, you called out to the lodges earlier. I had a conversation with the Most Worshipful Benjamin Moss of the Most Worshipful Prince of Peace Grand Lodge, who has indicated that he and his Grand Lodge is willing to step up. I call on Most Worshipful Ricardo Richardson, President of the Congress of Masons in the Bahamas, to call all the Grand Masters in your Congress to step up, step out, and partner with the Bahamian people in bringing a resolution and a solution to this problem. Southern Shores, Mr. Speaker, supports the extension.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mount Moriah.
Mr. Speaker, before I make my brief contribution in support of this resolution, I would just like to, like most of my colleagues here,
today express my sincere condolences to a few of my colleagues. The member for Angliston, I had the opportunity to speak to her a few days ago, and we had a really good conversation about her father and the work that he would have done in building our nation. And so once again, to the member for Angliston, on behalf of my family, condolences goes out to you. As well, Mr. Speaker, the member for Central Grand Bahama, and as was mentioned as well by my colleague from North Abaco, Brother Peter, on their losses, and all other members who would have experienced losses since we were in this place. And to those persons, Mr. Speaker, within the constituency of Mount Moriah, who would have experienced a loss of a loved one since we were here last, I offer my condolences and that of my family to each and every one of them. And that God will continue to lead and guide them as they go through their period of bereavement. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I failed to acknowledge the successes by our golden girl and golden boy at the Olympics, the 400 meters. They made our country proud. And the Bahamas now, as a result of their performance, is sitting on top of the world. And it's always a great feeling, Mr. Speaker. It's always a great feeling when you are moving throughout social space and you see the successes of the Bahamas as a result of those wins in the Tokyo Olympics. So kudos to them. Mr. Speaker, just briefly.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it's very easy for one to sit back on the sideline and play Monday morning quarterback, right? As to what ought to have happened and what should have happened. But when offered the opportunity to have a solution, failed to show. This is factual, Mr. Speaker. Our leader, on not one occasion, on several occasions, would have extended the invitation to the side opposite at the beginning of this pandemic to be a part of a national solution. And the feedback was lukewarm. And so for us to come here in this place and to pretend now that we are so sincere and concerned about what is taking place is very, very concerning. Mr. Speaker, against this backdrop, since we have been in government, we had Dorian. And we know the impact of Dorian on our nation, on lives, on the economy, on infrastructure. But yet, this Hubert-Minnis-led government took this nation through, right, the most dangerous hurricane in our country's history. And we came out of it on the back end, still standing. In 2020, Mr. Speaker, then came COVID. This pandemic
was not a pandemic that was exclusive to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. But this was a global pandemic. And immediately at the beginning of 2020, this government, led by Hubert Alexander Minnis, got immediately to work and mobilized our entire healthcare industry and brought together a team of professionals who would be responsible for setting the stage that will take us through this global pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, as a result of this government's planning and organization and execution, we were the envy of the world. I stand here before you tonight, Mr. Speaker, not saying that we were perfect. No one has been perfect. I sat here and looked at some of the statistics that were being thrown out, that were being generalized. And some member mentioned Jamaica. But look at what Jamaica is doing today. Their restrictions today are even far greater than what we are doing. They go during the week from 5 to 7 p.m. On Saturday from 5 to 6 p.m. Their beaches are shut down at a certain time. And the Prime Minister indicated that he may end up bringing in a full lockdown. This was just a few days ago. And so we can sit here and we can postulate and we can say all of these grand things about the competent authority and what the competent authority isn't doing and ought to be doing. But what else do we have? We can say that, well, we should have brought the bill months ago, but at that time, we needed someone in the position who can make decisive decisions. And our leader made some decisive and some very hard decisions. Mr. Speaker, I lost my father in October of 2020 to COVID. That's not the Prime Minister's fault. We are in a crisis. We must come to that realization. And in a crisis, leaders stepped up and leaders are counted. Leaders don't spectate and make suggestions from the sideline, especially when they're invited inside to be a part of the solution. Our leader has done that. Has he been perfect? No, he hasn't. But who has? Every nation around the world today are still in this pandemic and are still seeing increased numbers in hospitalization, increased numbers in death, despite the fact that they're being vaccinated. No one expected that the Delta variant would have shown its ugly head. No one would have expected that, right? But Mr. Speaker, this government, led by the Honorable Member for Kalani, continue to lead us through the storm. Continue to lead us through the storm, all right? And continue to make decisions in the best interest of the people of this nation. The best interest. We locked down, but while we were locked down, this government was in the planning phase, looking at what's next. Because that's what happens in crisis. There's no playbook as to what the next steps ought to be. If there were, we would not be here today. But we recognize now that we're in another phase of this pandemic. something that no government expected, no government would have planned for. That is the reason why you see increased cases in North America, increased cases throughout Europe and South Central America, and throughout the Caribbean. Developed countries are suffering so significantly. No one expected this, but this is where we're at. And this is the reason why this government, led by the Honorable Member for Kalani, would have made the conscious decision now to introduce a bill that will prepare us for the future. Now, whether the bill ought to have been laid months ago, we can sit here and we can say that, right? But you too were invited to be a part of this national response. But because of political reasons, all right, you feel that that may not have been in your best interest, right? So you come here today and you continue to postulate about what ought to have happened. This is a government of action, all right? We talk about bed space. They're experiencing that in the US. During the first phase of this pandemic in 2020, look what happened in New York. We talk about hospitalization. We talked about burying the dead. Look at what happened in New York. Look at what happened throughout Europe. And these are developed countries. But yet the Bahamas still stand. And we're not only planning for the now, we're planning for the after. And this economy continues to roar. Why? That's not spontaneous. That's as a result of proper planning and execution by this human menace-led government. All right? We took steps to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that when we exited this pandemic, that our number one economy would continue to grow and grow significantly. So what happened? We put in place trailblazing initiatives, like the travel visa, all right? This is what a government does. We met on weekends, countless hours, on Saturdays, on Sundays, burning the midnight oil, trying to find the proper solution, all right, that will safeguard our people, that will safeguard and protect our economy, and that will protect this Bahamas for future generations. Forward planning. But yet, the side opposite would want to come in here and suggest that we have been doing nothing. It's all about the competent authority. Well, the competent authority, before he makes decisions, sits with his cabinet, and they discuss. You see, but they will have you believe that there is one man who is sitting somewhere in his bedroom making decisions on a whim. But that's not how it works. All right? This is a government. We have a prime minister, but we have cabinet ministers who advises the prime minister, who gives him counsel, and other members of this government. So it's not the competent one man sitting on a beach making decisions. But they will have you believe that. All right? They will have you believe that. But Mr. Speaker, we're here today, Mr. Speaker. We're here today to bring about solutions that will take this government and that will take this country into the future. And so I won't go into what we have been doing to ensure that our economy remains stable, right? To ensure that every sector of this government remains vibrant. Mr. Speaker, you know, and you would have heard it from our leader as well as the member for Southern Shores. Some governments would have taken very decisive action to lay persons off, right? Because the economy just couldn't support it. But we spent countless hours ensuring that our workers, especially those employed for the government, were protected. And not only protected, that people were fed. And we continue to do it. We continue to move monies around where it ought to be in times of crisis to ensure that people eat, right? To ensure that people are able to meet their basic obligations. To ensure that this country never returns to pre-17 conditions. Yeah, I'm gonna keep talking, because I ain't gonna see you much longer. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, that's what we get. We get a comedy show led by the leader of the circus. Where is he? All right? But if you're serious and you're committed, if you're serious and committed but good governance, then you should be a part of the solution. What is the problem against the orders? What is the problem with the competent authority? What else do we have? That's the reason why we're tabling a bill that will change the trajectory whenever we confront a health crisis again in future. And so, Mr. Speaker, Mount Moriah supports this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Give me, I need a pen.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the wonderful people of Freetown to support the resolution for the extension of the emergency orders this one last time. Mr. Speaker, this is it. Freetown, this is the last time we will debate any further extension of these emergency orders, since it is the government's intention to replace the management of this pandemic and any future health emergency with a new Public Health Emergency Preparedness and Management Act. Mr. Speaker, whether it be through the emergency orders or through a new act of Parliament, the people of Freetown have expressed their overwhelming support for a regime of restrictions to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 in their communities and throughout the country at large. To use the Bahamian vernacular, Mr. Speaker, this Delta variant ain't playing with nobody. In the past month, the number of positive COVID cases has skyrocketed, the number of COVID deaths has spiked, and our entire healthcare system, including the morgue, is stretched to breaking point as more and more sick people infected with the COVID virus show up at our hospitals, requiring life-saving assistance as their bodies attempt to fight off the very worst that this COVID virus throws at them. Mr. Speaker, I've stated publicly over and over again that the only known way to protect yourself from this virus is to get vaccinated. I am vaccinated. My wife is vaccinated. In fact, I've done what Dr. Sands did. I got my 2 AstraZeneca here in the Bahamas, and when I went on vacation the other day, I top it up with a Pfizer. So I got 3. That's how into the vaccine I am. And that's how important it is to me. Yeah, social distancing and mask wearing are strongly advised as another way to fight off the virus. But the reality on the ground is the people go out and about, move up and down, come home, get relaxed, take off their masks, sit on their porches with visitors and other family members, interact with their neighbors, walk from house to house, hang out on the street, sit on the wall, and they are clearly not wearing their masks or social distancing all the time. Mr. Speaker, people are tired of this COVID. And as a result, they are becoming less diligent in wearing their masks, especially in this hot climate. And as the economy gets fired back up and people go back to work because they need to make a living, like all of us in this chamber, community spread of COVID is inevitable in some form. And for those screaming lockdown, nobody move, nobody gets sick, the overall consensus of the people in Freetown is hell no. We tired of that too. As the bills mount for food, light, water, and rent, the residents of Freetown tell me that they simply cannot afford to go home and lock themselves back up in their house for another month. How are they going to put food on their table or a roof over their head if they sit and locked up in their house, ducking and dodging the virus, but earning no income? So in the minds of the people of Freetown, lockdowns are not a realistic option. So if you want to move about, go to work, earn a living, and at the same time, reduce your chances of getting sick from the COVID virus, the only option being offered to you by countries the world over is the vaccine. And the evidence is overwhelming. Vaccinated people do not end up in hospital. Yes, they may get sick, but 99% of the time, they do not end up in hospital. Mr. Speaker, social media is awash in stories of people who said they were not going to get the vaccine. But when they themselves got sick, or one of their loved ones became hospitalized and either died or almost died, they recounted that the experience was so frightening, so awful, that they have changed their views on taking the vaccine. It is unfortunate that it takes a surge in positive cases and a surge in deaths to lead to a surge in vaccine uptake. But the reality is that Doc is right. This is now a pandemic of the unvaccinated. So get vaccinated. And I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, I was delighted to hear the Prime Minister announce today so much Pfizer vaccine coming into the country starting tomorrow. And I wanted to sensitize people to how difficult it has been to get vaccine. I hear people say, oh, we need a choice. Why you didn't give us a choice? Why you didn't go out and get this and get that? We're a little tiny country. And when we call up and say we need 500,000-600,000 vaccines, Pfizer and Moderna and all of them say, man, America calling up and saying they want 450 million vaccines. We're on your run right now. We can get to you whenever we get to you. So it has been very difficult. And this member, the member for Kalani, been on the phone, calling leaders, following up paperwork, working his proverbial butt off to secure vaccines for the Bahamian people. And so I was delighted to see today. And I was one of the ones that said, boy, I ain't gonna see it till I see it, till I believe it. And he announced today that it's coming tomorrow. And so I'm very proud of his work. And I'm very happy that he has gotten the success that he has. Now we got AstraZeneca, we got Pfizer, we got Johnson & Johnson. So he's done a great job. So I hear some politicians vehemently say that they are anti-vaccine and Bahamians should not take it. Freetown, don't mind them. When these politicians get sick for COVID, they check into a private hospital in the Bahamas or they jet off to a private hospital in the United States. They stay in these private hospitals, end up costing tens and possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars. Due to your circumstances, you may not be able to afford private health care with all of the latest and extremely expensive virus-fighting medication. The public health care system may be your only option. And we all know how stretched and challenged that is right now. So my advice to Freetown is to avoid all of that drama, avoid all of that expense, protect yourself against hospitalization and potentially against loss of life, and vaccinate with a free vaccine. Go online to vax.gov.bs and book an appointment or turn up at the Church of God on East Street if you don't have access to the internet to make an online appointment. In my opinion, the vaccination process here in the Bahamas is the best run, best administered vaccination program I have seen. And after you make your appointment and show up for your vaccination, you emerge very proud that it is so well run, so efficient, and most importantly, so easy. An army of volunteers from Rotary, like the member for St. Anne's, Brent Simonet, helped make the process seem so smooth. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the volunteers for helping free of charge with the vaccine rollout. Mr. Speaker, one of the most difficult parts of managing this pandemic is striking the balance between restarting our economy, getting people back to work, and ensuring the necessary health protocols are in place to minimize the spread of the virus. Freetown, trust me when I say, striking that balance has not been easy, made that much more difficult by the emergence of all of these variants. The virus, sadly, does not sit still, and it's constantly evolving, meaning that just when you think you have the right plan in place, a variant of the virus emerges, like the current Delta variant, and you have to go back to the drawing board to once again strike the right balance between the economy and the health protocols. Mr. Speaker, I am immensely proud of the results that the Ministry of Tourism has achieved in reopening our economy over the last 6 months and getting Bahamians back to work in the quickest possible time. Freetown, this is what I've been doing in the Ministry of Tourism. Gathering with my team tourism, brainstorming, being creative, being innovative, being aggressive about getting the tourists to come back. As I always say to my team tourism, make it happen, because the people of Freetown are depending on you to make it happen. But when the tourists come back, so do the jobs. And when the jobs come back, so does the income. And when the income comes back, so the misery index goes down. And we are able to once again breathe a little easier and taking care of your monthly bills and improving your quality of life. Mr. Speaker, for the first 6 months of 2021, just over 400,000 stopover visitors would have come to the Bahamas. That represents 30% of the number of stopover visitors that would have come to the Bahamas in the record year of 2019. While at initial glance, that number may seem low, what is interesting to note is the number of arrivals have been increasing every month. So if you look at June 2021 alone, just over 135,000 stopover visitors would have come to the Bahamas, representing almost 70% of the total in June 2019. My point, Mr. Speaker, is that every month, more and more visitors are returning to the Bahamas, and the difference between 2021 visitor arrivals and 2019 visitor arrivals is declining with each passing month. Luckily for the Bahamas, United States, where currently over 90% of our foreign visitors are coming from, has enjoyed a fairly successful vaccination rollout program, with almost 70% of all Americans having received at least their first dose. And what we are finding is that as Americans get vaccinated, they are emboldened to travel to countries that are close to the United States, like the Bahamas. And with all the creative strategies being rolled out by the Ministry of Tourism to boost tourism arrivals, like home porting, what we are finding is that the economic impact of the tourism rebound is greater than the numbers may initially indicate. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the number of visitor arrivals in June 2021 may only represent 70% of the visitor arrivals in 2019. But what we are finding is that visitors are staying longer and spending more. The more exclusive, and therefore the more expensive components of our tourism product are rebounding quicker, meaning that even though the heads may be 70% of what they once were, the spend is probably closer to 80% of what it once was. As an example of this, Mr. Speaker, our family islands, the more exclusive, the more boutique, the component of our tourism product for which visitors expect to pay more, has been doing exceptionally well. For the first 6 months of 2019, tourism arrivals in the family islands, 2019 now, tourism arrivals in the family islands represented 20% of the total visitor arrivals in the Bahamas. So that's 2019, family islands, 20% of total visitor arrivals. For the first 6 months of 2021, tourism arrivals in the family islands represented 35% of the total arrivals in the Bahamas. And when you dig deeper, I would have mentioned this back in June, 27% were going to Eleuthera, 20% was going to Bimini, 19% was going to Abaco, and 17% was going to Exuma. In addition to the family island rebound, Mr. Speaker, the amount of private jets, the amount of private yachts, the amount of persons seeking the most expensive accommodation we have to offer indicates to us that if you were to think of the Bahamas as an aircraft, first class is clearly filling up before economy class. Mr. Speaker, it has also been no small feat getting the cruise industry back up and running here in the Bahamas. We successfully launched, for the first time ever, home porting, with cruise lines commencing their cruises from the Bahamas, and we have now seen the return of cruises from South Florida. Cruise ships are returning to the Prince George Dock, and tourists are returning to Bay Street. The cruise lines report that they will be mobilizing more and more of their fleet between here and Christmas, with full deployment expected by the end of the year. And with the complete renovation of the Port of Nassau well underway, we can expect in 2022 and beyond that the Port of Nassau will regain its position as the most sought-after cruise destination in the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, an important component of the emergency orders that has allowed the tourism sector to open safely has been the much-discussed Bahamas travel health visa. I've heard the PLP say that they will do away with the health visa in the unlikely event that they are elected. I caution them to speak to the professionals at the Ministry of Health on their views before they opine on this position any further. The health visa has proven an important component in our arsenal of measures deployed to navigate this ever-evolving pandemic. Mr. Speaker, persons apply online, upload a copy of their COVID test, have it reviewed by trained Bahamian screeners before they are cleared to enter into the Bahamas. I've heard the PLP say that this is unnecessary. Let the airlines do the checking, they say. Really? You want some airline check-in person, resident in a part of the world who probably does not give a hoot about our entry protocols and how important we consider them, cast a cursory glance over a test and then clear them to enter into the Bahamas? Mr. Speaker, I don't know what you think, but that is scary to me. I feel so much more comfortable that our people, including doctors from the Ministry of Health, are checking the documents to ensure that they are the right test, with the right result, within the right time period, from an accredited lab. Can you imagine an airline check-in person doing all of that? Really? In addition, as the virus evolves, changing the rules for entry into the Bahamas, as we have been doing, via the health visa is the most efficient way to make it happen. If you wish to change your entry rules using the way that the PLP proposes, can you imagine the complexities? One would also say the impossibilities of making that happen. Think about how you would roll out these changes to the hundreds of thousands of airline check-in personnel. A formula for disaster. Never happened. Never worked. Now travelers hoping to come to the Bahamas log on to travel.gov.bs, where they are presented with an easy-to-use, easy-to-read travel health visa application process. I had reason to have lunch with the senior Carnival Cruise Line personnel Thursday past. Their senior executives who are constantly moving from destination to destination in the Caribbean resoundingly reported that the Bahamas health visa is the best, and the easiest to use health visa in the Caribbean, and they commended the Ministry of Tourism for a job well done. Mr. Speaker, almost 95% of the persons using the travel health visa to cross the border are either non-Bahamian or are exempt from a fee. That is 95%, Mr. Speaker. And most of the fees that are collected are used to provide medical insurance for visitors so that should they get sick while in the Bahamas from the COVID, they can be medically evacuated out of the country back to the U.S. at no cost to the Bahamian taxpayer. Mr. Speaker, we did not want visitors coming to the country, getting sick, requiring hospitalization, and using up one of the precious beds or ventilators that we wanted to keep available for a citizen or a resident in need. Mr. Speaker, I think it was very prudent to take this approach, and it gave us, the Bahamian taxpayer, and the health professionals, the peace of mind that visitors could come in, but they would not pose any risk of getting stuck here fighting COVID. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want everyone to know that every dollar that is earned from the health visa is properly recorded in the government's accounts, as well as the VAT received and the VAT paid. And with the recent removal of any fees on domestic visas for Bahamian citizens and residents, and with the removal of any fees for fully vaccinated Bahamian citizens and residents returning home from abroad, I can safely say that 95% of the visa revenue that will be earned from the health visa will be paid by non-Bahamians. If there is any surplus from this program, that money can be used to defray the costs of securing and rolling out vaccines to protect our Bahamian people from this deadly virus. Remember now, 95% of the money being earned from this visa will be coming from non-Bahamians. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the incredible data that we are gathering from our visitors is truly invaluable. We have their addresses, their zip codes, we have their emails, we have their names, their date of birth, where we have how long they have stayed, we have where they stayed. We have so much incredible data on the visitors to the Bahamas, and all in a digital, easily digestible format. And not only are we getting this data free of charge, the visitors are actually paying us to give us the data. Under the FNM, we are smart and savvy enough to save the taxpayer the expense of gathering this vital marketing data, which we can use to strategically market the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the PLP still want to do away with this vital tool in our chest that was used so successfully to safely reopen our tourism sector in these times of COVID. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by conveying my condolences to my colleague minister on the passing of his mother, and conveying condolences to my colleague parliamentarian, the member for Engliston, Mrs. Glenys Hannah Martin, on the passing of her father, the Most Honorable Arthur Dion Hannah, who for over 30 years represented much of the district that I currently represent. I'm sure that the message has already been sent by his well-wishers and many supporters in the Freetown constituency. But on behalf of those that have not, let me convey my sincerest condolences to the family of A.D. Hannah on behalf of the great and wonderful people of Annestown, also known as Freetown. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the great and wonderful people of Freetown, I support this resolution.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to close this debate. Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that after such a spirited debate, that the side opposite would undoubtedly, after having had all of their questions and concern answered, that they too, with the government, will vote in a resounding way to support the extension of these emergency orders. Mr. Speaker, I say that because as I sat and listened, it seems to me like the opposition had opposition in mainly three ways. One, they spoke about the fact that the they would support, I assume, the exact same restrictions we have in place now, if those restrictions were placed in a piece of legislation rather than being mandated through the Constitution of the Bahamas, through the establishment of the emergency powers. So, Mr. Speaker, they say if it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, it is still a duck. And so, Mr. Speaker, the whole argument for the quote-unquote restrictions on civil liberties as needing those to be in a lesser piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, I think falls away. To me, it seems like it's more of a double talk, double speak. You know, the member for Cat Island said, you need to understand normative value, but I think I was advised by the lawyers on this side that to go in that direction, you would possibly have even more challenges in a legal framework in the courts to such, especially when you have the kind of circumstance where one needs to enforce those kinds of rules, Mr. Speaker, to save lives. Mr. Speaker, the other area of opposition seems to be, and it was a quib, it was more or less an assessment of our performance during the course of this whole COVID-19 pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, the member for Cat Island, the side opposite, he has his charts over there that speak to case incidences of 100,000 cases and our circumstances at any one point in time. They're snapshots, Mr. Speaker, of what was taking place, Mr. Speaker, of our national circumstance. No, you mentioned some figures that happens to be in accordance with what is taking place currently. And Mr. Speaker, if one was to look at our work, Mr. Speaker, in the first and second wave, you know, Jesus said that oftentimes a prophet is not accepted in his own country and in his own town. And in Proverbs, the book of Proverbs said you really shouldn't praise yourself, you should let the lips of another praise you. And so, Mr. Speaker, I say that to say this because I'm going to make the point. Mr. Speaker, as we look at the overall response of this government during the first and second wave, I expect that the side opposite would have the particular view that they have in regards to our response, in that they made the case that perhaps we didn't do it right. That's the quib from the other side. But Mr. Speaker, let's listen to those who would speak to such from outside of the country. An objective view. You see, after the first wave, Mr. Speaker, that lasted until May of last year, started in March and ended in May, the Jamaican Observer, speaking about the overall success, lauded our Prime Minister and said that we in the Bahamas got it right, and perhaps Jamaica. And I want to quote, they said, Bahamas showing how to ride and whistle. Mr. Speaker, the article went on to say, we note that the Bahamas, which has 2 more deaths from COVID-19 than Jamaica, has taken an approach and an attitude which we could all learn from as we face the tough decision that must be made and made now. That was Tuesday, May 19th, 2020. That was the Jamaican Observer, persons from the outside observing the work of this country during the first wave. Mr. Speaker, unless the member for the side opposite, missed the point. I want to make the point even more emphatically, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remember when being called to this position as minister by the Honorable Prime Minister during the second wave, and the assessment by the side opposite and others out there. Mr. Speaker, but we put in a very detailed plan that we prosecuted to flatten the curve both in the first and second wave. You heard the praises of this administration from outside. Let's go to a more, some may argue, as the member for Cat Island was arguing, that, well, you know, this one owns the Observer, so perhaps they would be leaning our way. But let's listen to the view of 4,000 independent scientists. I didn't say one or two. 4,000 independent scientists who have no axe to grind, who objectively look across the globe at nations and their response and how COVID should be dealt with. So, Mr. Speaker, so much so that the Tribune on January 22nd, 2021, quoting from the organization called endcoronavirus.org, a self-described international volunteer coalition made up of researchers and other community stakeholders. Here's what they say about the Bahamas. Here's what they said about the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, at that point in time, after we would have gone through the second wave and flattened the curve. They said the Bahamas is one of just 27 countries that have teamed the COVID-19 pandemic. One of 27 countries. And they went on, Mr. Speaker, to say that our work should have been emulated.
Everybody got a bad wave right now.
Mr. Speaker,
The rest of the world.
Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Just like we employed the plans during the first wave and second wave and got the kind of requisite results, Mr. Speaker, that those in the global community can look at the work from the outside and appreciate what has been done. Mr. Speaker, in this third wave, we're going to achieve the exact same outcome. The only difference, Mr. Speaker, is I believe, though, that this is the last wave.
One more wave. One more.
One more wave?
Oh, one more wave?
I told him we know how to flatten waves. But in this circumstance, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the Bahamian people will join in that chorus, Mr. Speaker. And as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, of the work that we would have done, would not only laud this administration, but reward this administration for our hard work and our proven leadership through the times of testing and crisis. And once again, Mr. Speaker, this administration will be returned to the helm of government here in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And why I say that, Mr. Speaker, is unlike in the first and second wave, Mr. Speaker, we have the solution for what ails us. Which brings me, Mr. Speaker, to another point that the side opposite was proffering and speaking to. They have put forward the notion that somehow we were a little off when it came to what we said about these emergency orders expiring on Friday the 13th. They said we had no plan. But, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth, because they've accused us of not making our decisions based in science. But, Mr. Speaker, nothing could have been further from the truth. As a matter of fact, our decision to allow the orders to expire was completely based in science, listening to health professionals and looking around, Mr. Speaker, the globe, at countries that were going through this war with the virus. And what do I mean by that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, what did we intend to do? We intended to do what nations around the globe did, who were in the process, Mr. Speaker, of vaccinating large portions of their population. Mr. Speaker, the United States in December of last year, at the approval of the two vaccines, Pfizer and Moderna, was having cases of some 250,000 positive COVID cases a day. They began to vaccinate their people. And Mr. Speaker, the United States went from 250,000 cases a day down to about 13,000 cases a day in March and April. As a result of their vaccination campaign. The United States, Mr. Speaker, I was over there at the time. The United States, Mr. Speaker, I was over there at the time in May. As a result of the success of their vaccination program against the current strains of COVID that was in the United States, they moved away from the masks mandate, the social distancing, the not being able to get together in restaurants. They began to open up, to give their people those freedoms. But it wasn't just the United States, Mr. Speaker. Israel vaccinated nearly 70% of its population. And in February of this year, Israel moved away from all of the restrictions they had put in place. Because Israel's case incidence in December was about 6,000 cases, and it went from 6,000 down to nearly single digits. Single digits. Mr. Speaker, but it wasn't just the United States and Israel. The UK, Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom, that began to vaccinate its population and its people, went from 60,000 cases a day in December of last year down to 1,500 cases a day in February and March. And the British too said that they were going to allow and do away with the restrictions. So when the Prime Minister, we received vaccines in March, we began our vaccination process. We understood, we had a timeline as to when we were going to receive vaccines. The Prime Minister said he did not see us needing to go beyond August 13th. So when the side opposite said there was no plan, there was a definitive plan being prosecuted. And why are we here seeking to extend the orders? Because something new ended up on the horizon. The Delta variant. And even in circumstances where there were nations that were vaccinated, the Delta variant, Mr. Speaker, had those nations, the United States, is now reimposed a mask mandate inside of buildings. Israel has once again gone back to its mask mandate. And there are those in the UK who are calling for the United Kingdom to tighten up once again as a result of rising cases, as they experience rising cases. So, Mr. Speaker, so, Mr. Speaker, we are here to do what the science calls for, which is to hold these orders in place, Mr. Speaker, while we continue to vaccinate.
You voting for it or not?
Our people.
You voting for it or not?
Mr. Speaker,
Take it easy. Take it easy.
I've had a number of questions sent forward
Keep cool. Keep cool. Stay in the spirit.
by the Bahamian people after that fantastic news this morning delivered by the Prime Minister that we are going to receive some 128,000 doses of Pfizer tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has just informed me that we said that the flight would be here at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. As a matter of fact, the flight is going to be here a whole lot earlier, at 9 a.m. in the morning. But you see, Mr. Speaker, we were planning
long before
that to receive Pfizer. Mr. Speaker, right now in country, I can inform the Bahamian people that the Bahamas government has the capacity in the public sector at our vaccine site to hold some 1.6 million doses of a messenger RNA vaccine. Pfizer. We have the ultra-low storage capacity.
Find those freezers, track them down.
We have the 7 portable low-temperature freezers that we can send into the Family Islands. And Mr. Speaker, we have sent one of our larger freezers into Grand Bahama that can hold some 300,000 doses of Pfizer. Mr. Speaker, messenger RNA vaccines requires a little bit more. Pfizer, the Prime Minister says to call the name, Pfizer. Pfizer as a vaccine requires specialized syringes, Mr. Speaker, and solution. Mr. Speaker, we, in our forward thinking and planning, had secured some 253 kits that you see out front. And each one of those 253 kits, each one of those, that box, has enough solutions and syringes to vaccinate 1,000 persons. So currently, Mr. Speaker, we have the ancillary kits to vaccinate in country some 253,000 Bahamians with the Pfizer vaccine.
We got choices.
I took some planning. I didn't know how much plan.
Mr. Speaker, we've been asked a number of questions by the general public, and I'm advised that we will be getting back to the general public. The vaccine committee will get back to them. There's the question of Bahamians who would have received 1 shot of Pfizer in the United States who are now home. They're wanting to know whether or not they could get their 2nd shot. The vaccine committee is going to be looking at that, so the government will be getting back to them very, very soon. There's been the question of the mixing of vaccines, whether we can mix AstraZeneca and Pfizer. You would have heard at least 2 members of the House already said that they have moved forward and done it. The member for Elizabeth says he's done it. The member for Freetown has said he's done it. In actual fact, Mr. Speaker, we have at least 3 other global leaders that we know of who would have done such. The Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, has mixed AstraZeneca and Pfizer, I believe. Macron in France has mixed AstraZeneca and Pfizer. And we know that Angela Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany, has mixed AstraZeneca and Moderna as shots. But, Mr. Speaker, the vaccine committee will be looking at that question, Mr. Speaker, and our health professionals. And obviously, they will be getting back to the Bahamian people with the government's position as we move forward. The other question, Mr. Speaker, that came forward that a lot of individuals were asking because of the announcement here in the House was whether or not Pfizer was just going to be for the children. Mr. Speaker, Pfizer, as the Prime Minister would have said, is going to be available for every Bahamian 12 years and older. But those between the ages of 12 and 18 obviously will only be administered the vaccine with the consent, as the Prime Minister said, with their legal guardian or parent. So the 128,000 doses that we're going to have tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, tomorrow morning, the other doses that is coming in both September and October to add up to 354. We're getting 397,000 doses as a donation from the United States. But the Bahamas government has also purchased some 57,330 doses of Pfizer that will be here probably by the first week in September. Through, as the Prime Minister said, through the COVAX facility. So when the Prime Minister announced this morning that we're going to have more than enough vaccines to vaccinate the Bahamian people, he was spot on. Mr. Speaker, there was another note circulating around in social media about pregnant women. And there was a note that said all of the women in PMH who were pregnant were positive with COVID. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see that the CDC today has now advised that all pregnant women can and should take the COVID vaccine to help to enhance their safety during this time. The Prime Minister is reminding me that even breastfeeding mothers, that it is safe to be able to take the Pfizer vaccines in general, COVID vaccines in general. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, the hour is late. And I will move, well, the air condition in Exuma is actually, the contractor is on the ground, as you would know. I'm sure you have your eyes and ears on the ground in Exuma. The contractor is on the ground in Exuma, and he is doing the retrofitting to install the air conditioning units. I'm sure you're aware of that, Exuma. Very little misses your site inside of Exuma. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the question be now put. And Mr. Speaker, I support the extension of these emergency orders.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas pursuant to Article 29, subsection 1 of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Bahamas for the purpose of that article.
OPM, I got it. No.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House, A, approves the continuance in force of the proclamation made on the 14th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. B, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Regulations 2021 made on the 14th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021. C, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Number 2 Order 2021, made on the 22nd day of June 2021 until the 13th day of November 2021, and D, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Management and Recovery Special Provisions Order 2021, made on the 16th day of May 2021 until the 13th day of September 21 of November 2021.
You're in the spirit. Yeah, you're in the spirit.
As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose will stand. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions. Members, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
No further resolution.
Member statements. Appointments.
If I may, sir.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very grateful for you recognizing me at this very late hour of the night. I know it's been a long debate, and I knew I wanted to have something to say on member statement, so I did not take any time today. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be as brief as I can. Let me say I want to offer my heartfelt condolences to our colleague from Angliston on the passing of our father, A.D. Hanna, truly a great Bahamian, a national hero, and a father of our nation. You know, Mr. Speaker, you mentioned earlier when you were talking about A.D. Hanna, the Honorable A.D. Hanna, you mentioned that he ran in 1962 in the Eastern District. Well, you know, there's some things that are very kind of common between the Honorable Member's father in Angliston and my father, Sir Arthur Folk. Naturally, both first names are Arthur, but quite apart from that, they were both born in 1928. They both ran in the same election you spoke about in 1962 for the Progressive Liberal Party. And as most members here, if not everybody would know, back in those days, you had two persons that ran for the party for the same seat. And so they both ran in the Eastern District in 1962. The Honorable A.D. Hanna was successful. My father was not. They were both successful in 1967, running again for the Progressive Liberal Party. And interestingly, years later, they both became governors general of our great country. And so, you know, it's a conversation that myself and the honorable member from Angliston, we often talk about from time to time, how our fathers of the great move towards majority rule, and I really want to offer my heartfelt condolences to her and her entire family on his passing. Likewise, I join all my other colleagues as well on offering condolences to Maurice Moore, Honorable Ambassador Maurice Moore, and one of the founding fathers of the Free National Movement, on the passing of his dear wife, Sandra Moore, as my colleagues have said today, a wonderful person, a loving person, a caring person, someone we've known, most of us, for a very long time. And I offer my heartfelt condolences to him and his entire family, and of course our colleague here from Central Grand Bahama, Hiram Lewis, on the passing of his mother. And Mr. Speaker, we've had a lot of persons who have passed away in Golden Gates over the last several weeks, or last 3 weeks. And it's been a very tough time for us in Golden Gates. We have had quite a number of persons pass away. As we said, this has been a tough time throughout the country for persons who have been passing away, people whose lives have been lost. And I want to offer my heartfelt condolences to all the family members in Golden Gates who have lost loved ones through this entire period of this COVID, but especially in the last 3 weeks. It has been tough. I think a number of us have heard about a family where a mother and a son died, an older mother and a son. It happened somewhere else, but it also happened in Golden Gate. And so my heartfelt condolences to every family in Golden Gate who's lost loved ones. It's been a tough time, and my heart goes out to all of you. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I just want to mention During the budget debate, I had indicated in the chamber that we were going to start a program and initiative in Golden Gates starting the 21st of June, Monday the 21st, and we did. It was a program we said that we were going to offer a small appreciation gift to every person, not family, not a person in a home, every person in Golden Gates who is fully vaccinated. We started that on Monday the 21st, and we're still doing that. If you live in Golden Gates and you've been fully vaccinated, please come to our office on St. Vincent Road and be awarded your small gift of appreciation for having been fully vaccinated. And I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Appointments of select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Speaker, wish to renew all notes in the name of your opposition.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I renew all matters in the name of the government, and Mr. Speaker, I do move that the business of this House do adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 25th of August, 2021. Second that, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House adjourns to August the 25th, 10 a.m., 2021. Many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose would stand. Final adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the business of this House do adjourn until 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 25th of August, 2021. Mr. Speaker, I second that.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House adjourns to 10 a.m. Wednesday, the 25th of August, 2021. As many members that are in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose would stand. The business of this House stands adjourned to 10 a.m. August the 25th, 2021.
All right.